Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 20 meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. You can have signs in the front, please, signs below shoulder level so as not to obstruct the view of other participants. Dr. Salabiasfani, please lower your sign. It is not below shoulder level. It is obstructing folks behind you. That's the rule with respect to signage. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Dish? Here. Councilmember Harrison? Here. Councilmember Song? Absent. Councilmember Redina?
Here.
Councilmember Ghazi Edwin?
Here.
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Councilmember Iyer? Here. Councilmember Ackman?
Here.
Councilmember Briggs?
Here.
Councilmember Cornell?
Here.
We have a quorum.
May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Iyer, second by Councilmember Cornell. Discussion of the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? The agenda is approved. Do you have communications today from our city administrator?
There we go. Brief communication, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. You'll notice I am not Milton Dohoney. My name is John Fournier. I'm the Deputy City Administrator, filling in for Mr. Dohoney tonight, and pleased to be here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
you.
Secondarily, I will note one item. I just want to recognize Jackie Boudry, our municipal clerk, was just last week installed as the president of the Michigan Association of Municipal Clerks, which is excellent recognition for not just her many talents as an elections administrator, but the important work she does statewide to support election integrity. So with that, Mr. Mayor.
Well, it's a little out of order, but I will say, Ms. Boudry, well done. Thank you. We have today our annual Historic District Commission Awards. I believe Ms. Thatcher is in the house. Ms. Thatcher, please join me. My apologies.
The tall man with the short lady.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you'll provide the toughness here.
Yeah, right. My family calls me Sisu for Sister Sue, but it's also a Finnish word that means tough. So, you got it. So, am I starting? Jill, are you? Okay, she's going to put something up on the screen.
All right.
We're there? Is it going up there too? Oh, it's there. Okay. Okay, good. All right. Can you hear me? I have to put this really low. There they go. I knew something was missing. Boom. All right. Oh my God. My name is Susan Weinberg. What do I do now? Wait.
Wait for Ms. Boudry to let us know that it's okay. Thank you. Take two.
Try again?
Give it a shot.
Okay. Hi, my name is Susan Weinberg. I'm chair of the HDC. It might help if I put my glasses on. Oops, fogged up. It's warm in here. I am the chair of the HDC Awards Committee. I want to thank you for giving us the time to present the normally annual HDC Awards. We've missed you these past 3 years. This year, we are presenting awards for preservation, rehabilitation, centennials, and special merit. I'd also like to thank the committee that selected the awards: Patricia Austin, Grace Shackman, Francis Wright, Tom Stolberg, Ellen Ramsberg, and Ina Hanel Gerdnich. Special thanks are owed to our incomparable staff person, Jill Thatcher. We believe that architecture is an art form which gives beauty to the public every day as they drive, bike, or walk through town. Tonight's awardees have generously provided this beauty to us, and we want to show that we appreciate their work. Thank you, awardees, for this beautiful gift. And the first award is for preservation. Preservation awards are presented in recognition of superior maintenance of a significant property to preserve its essential historical, cultural, or architectural value for a period of 10 years or more. And the first award goes to 2115 Melrose Avenue, which is up on the screen. This is to Kenneth and Penelope Fisher. This handsome Tudor revival home was built in 1929 for James Dale, an insurance salesman. It features a steeply pitched roof, prominent chimneys, randomly extruded bricks, casement windows, and an arch-top front door that combine to give the house a particularly medieval vibe. It has been the home of Ken and Penny Fisher since 1988. Are they here? No. Okay. It's hard to give awards in June. Everybody's away often. The next award goes to the Church of the Good Shepherd at 2145 Independence Boulevard. The Church of the Good Shepherd is a mid-century modern church designed by local architect Robert Metcalf and built by Arthur Chiswick in 1957. It is a beautiful example of a non-residential structure designed by Metcalf and has been wonderfully maintained by the church. Its original undulating roof was repeated in an addition that was built in 2005. Anyone from the church? Oh. Can you tell us your name?
My name is Janet Haynes.
Janet Haynes?
Yes, and I was on the Restoration Committee.
Oh,
I was
great.
chair of the committee when the church was redesigned.
Oh,
Well, not
great.
redesigned, but renovated.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next preservation award goes to Robert and Martha Ause. I'm not sure I'm saying it right. Aussie. A-U-S-E. Aussie, at 1821 Sheridan Drive. This mid-century modern structure was the home of local architect James Livingston and built in 1958. Livingston designed many houses in this area in the 1950s. He also designed Lurie Terrace, Maynard House, Weber's Inn, Lawton School, and many houses in Washtenaw County's Thorn Oaks Historic District. The home has been owned and beautifully maintained by Robert and Martha Ause since 1965. Obviously, you're here. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you for all you've done. Okay, next. Oops. The next preservation award goes to Anna Mapp and Adam Matzker for 2240 Belmont Road. This mid-century modern home, you see a pattern here, in Arbor Hills was designed by local architect George Brigham and built in 1952. It was described in an Ann Arbor News article as, quote, the pinnacle of livability and beauty, unquote. It was built for Dr. Albert C. Furstenberg, a physician who served as dean of the Medical School for 25 years and developed it into one of the foremost centers for medical research in the United States. Furstenberg Park is named after him. It has been owned by Adam Matzker and Anna Mapp since 2004. Anyone? No Mapp? No Matzker? Okay. And the next house is pretty much next door. It is at 2228 Belmont Road, and its owner is Marilyn Lindenauer. Another mid-century modern house. This structure is one of only 3 residences in Ann Arbor designed by Alden Dow, who designed this building. Love it or hate it. Famous for his home and studio in Midland and for many public buildings in Ann Arbor, including City Hall and the Ann Arbor District Library. The house was built for Dr. and Mrs. Sidney Hubler in 1949. Hubler was a renowned cardiologist who founded one of the country's first hypertension clinics at the U of M. He served at the UM Hospital from 1947 to 74 and made the hypertension clinic an internationally renowned research center on high blood pressure. His home has been lovingly maintained by Martin and Marilyn Lindenauer, whose family has owned it since at least 1992. Martin Lindauer was a professor of surgery at U of M for over 40 years and specialized in vascular disease. Is there a Lindenauer in the house? No? Another no-show. Okay, the next preservation award is for 3575 East Huron River Drive. The owner is Myra Larson. An outlier on the banks of the Huron River, this 1953 mid-century modern Unistrut house was designed by U of M professor of architecture Theodore Larson, an internationally recognized practitioner of modern design. The Larson family still lives here and maintains both the inside and outside of the house as it was originally designed. Unistrut is a metal framing system with a unique weldless connection. It has channels used to support heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems that are still in use today. I know she couldn't make it, and so I know that one is gone. The next preservation award goes to Terry Mara for 717 West Huron. This lovely Tudor Revival-style house has majestically looked over Huron Street since 1906. It was built for Titus Hutzel, a member of a prominent German family that installed central plumbing systems in Ann Arbor in 1900 and is still in business today as Hutzel Plumbing. Hutzel was also active in civic affairs, serving as an alderman, president of the Board of Public Works, and trustee of Forest Hill Cemetery. Today's owner, Terry Mara, has kept it in fantastic condition since 1982, over 40 years. Terry. What happened to her? There you go. I should have said more about you.
Thank you, Sue.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
See you later. Okay, next up is 1107 West Liberty, owned by Ina Wessenberg. Ina Wessenberg has meticulously maintained her 1927 arts and crafts stucco house for over 47 years. The house was built by local contractor Sam Stadel. He was the senior partner in the firm of Stadel and Albert, which was responsible for erecting many of the fine homes in Ann Arbor, according to a 1906 history of Washtenaw County. The Stadels lived in the house until his wife's death in 1962. Ms. Wessenberg purchased the house a decade later, and that's in the Old West Side Historic District. Oh, as is the previous house. I forgot to mention that. I also forgot to mention you don't have to be in a historic district to get one of these awards. So is Ms. Wessenberg here? Nope. Okay. Our next preservation award goes to Congregation Beit Chabad at 715 Hill Street. This French chateau-style house has been the home of Chabad House, or Congregation Beth Chabad, since 1975. It was originally built in 1929 for the Psi Phi dental fraternity, according to the Michigan alumnus, and in 1934 it was purchased by the Pi Lambda Phi Jewish fraternity. Noted for its oriel windows, stone corner coins, and tall pointed conical roof of copper, the house on the hill still stands gloriously over Hill Street. During the 1940s, the house was occupied by the U.S. Army for troop training, as most of the fraternity members were serving in the war. The radiators and the pipes were removed from the dorm and donated to the war effort scrap metal drive. The house was refurbished in 1949 and received a major renovation in 1964. I know Rabbi Goldstein is here. Up, it's your turn. Come on up. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, now we go a little further down Hill Street to 1000 Hill Street. This is the, what is it? Phi Upsilon Phi chapter fraternity. I don't know what that means. Has maintained this classic Tudor Revival building since it was built for them in 1925. It was designed by Albert Kahn, who was a member of the fraternity. He convinced them to move from an old house on Geddes Avenue to this site where an earlier house was demolished. It features half timbering on the second story and its brick and ashlar stone trim around the door and windows. The house has a beautiful slate roof and a carved stone owl by the famous Detroit sculptor Corrado Parducci. Is anyone here from the fraternity? Nope. Wow, so many no-shows. Okay, still on preservation awards. The next one goes to 1311 Wilmot Street, owned by Henry and Anita Perunak as Grandma's House. Grandma's House now runs this rental, which was built for the lumberyard owner C.A. Sawyer in 1894. The Queen Anne details have been wonderfully preserved, including the side porch. Also of note are the variety of fancy trims and the many gables, both characteristic of the Queen Anne style. Grandma's House LLC has owned the house since 1987. Anybody? Oh, so many no-shows. Okay. The next award goes to 703 South Forest, Shot and Lighthammer, care of campus management. This my glasses keep fogging up. This 1901 house was built for the famous sociology professor Charles Horton Cooley. He remained in the house until his death in 1929. Cooley helped organize the American Sociological Association in 1905 and became its president in 1918. It has been owned by Shot and Lighthammer and maintained by campus management for many years. There is some evidence that the house may have been designed by the famous architect Irving K. Pond of Pond and Pond Architects, who designed the U of M League and the U of M Union, Michigan Union. It is a huge house, now containing 5 apartments, with an eclectic architectural style that includes exposed rafter tails, fancy gable trim, shingle and mitered lap siding, and an elaborate front porch. It is nestled in a treed area next to Forest Plaza Apartments. Anybody? Okay, and then we have a duplex at 1603 Wells and 1139 Martin Place. This duplex at the northeast corner of Martin and Wells was built in the Tudor Revival style in 1921 for Harold Zahn, the Wells Street house, and James K. Pollock, the Martin Place house. Zahn was a local realtor who had built the twin apartment buildings at 200 and 322 North State. They're mirror images of each other. With Dougal Duncanson. Zahn lived at the Wells Street House until the 1940s. James K. Pollock was a professor of political science at U of M and later chair of his department. Pollock moved away by 1937. Zahn and Duncanson had used Gardner Vose as their architect for the buildings on State Street, so it's possible that he designed this Tudor duplex as well. They display the characteristics of the style: brick, half-timbering, ashlar stone trim around the doors, and fenestra steel casement windows. They have been beautifully maintained by Patricia O'Dowd since 1997, and Diane Agresta since 2000. Are either of you here? Oh. Okay. That's, now we have special merit awards, which are given to exceptional projects and unique preservation efforts. The first award goes to Joe Galunas for 517 East Ann Street for his fieldstone porch restoration. Joe Galunas gets this award for the meticulous reconstruction of the fieldstone porch on this house in the Ann Street Historic Block, which is part of the Old Fourth Ward. This Queen Anne house / colonial revival style house was built in 1906 for Dr. John Morton to be, quote, the showplace of Ann Arbor, unquote, with its projecting bay windows, star-shaped mullions, and varying window shapes and sizes. By 1918, it was being used as an Episcopal dormitory. Later, it was a co-op for girls. From 1947 to 70, it was the home and office of another doctor, Ralph Cracker. Cracker mentioned that Morton told him an earlier house on the site had been destroyed by fire. The house has been owned by the M.A. Wilson family since the 1990s. The front porch was sinking and failing, and Guy Lunas disassembled and reassembled the porch on new footers while maintaining its unique bowed profile and side entry. Is Joe here? Yes, yay!
I made some, we're trying to make up for some of the no-shows here. But
Okay, thank you.
all right, guys, thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I can finally put a face to that name. I hope I didn't mangle your name too much. Our second special merit award goes to 1550 Washtenaw Avenue, the ZTA sorority, for the restoration of the 1921 brick columns that line the east edge of their property along Washtenaw Avenue. The columns were disassembled and moved further from the road to avoid clashes with vehicles and people painting the rock. The initials of the original fraternity that built this building, Phi Kappa Psi, are carved into these pillars. And if you go around the corner on Hill Street, there are another set of pillars with J.C. Knowlton's initials carved in it, because they shared the driveway, and Knowlton's house is where the site of Hillel is today. And Knowlton was a well-known U of M law professor. Yep. Anybody here from the sorority? Yes. Hey.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good work. Okay. Now we have a rehabilitation award. We only had one this year. That's very unusual. This goes to Jay Simrod and Constance Crump for 526 South Ashley Street. Jay Simrod and Constance Crump are receiving this award for the beautiful restoration of their Queen Anne home. It was built in 1894 for Catherine Klingman, a widow who lived here with her 3 daughters for almost 40 years. Simrod has been working on this building since the 1980s, and we are pleased to recognize his work in restoring and replicating the features of this wonderful Queen Anne. A considerable amount of work went into restoring the porch to its original appearance. Simrod's other projects on Ashley Street have greatly beautified the block. This is in the Old West Side Historic District. Come on, Jay and Connie. Hey,
Thank you.
nice shirt.
Fame and glory, no cash.
And our last award is a Centennial Award going to Van Boven at 326 South State in the Nichols Arcade. Housed in the 1915 portion of the Nichols Arcade, the Van Boven storefront that is so prominent on State Street has been there almost from the beginning. Peter J. Van Boven, the founder, moved the store in 1923 from a South U store, which he'd opened with friends in 1921. As his name would suggest, he was a child of Dutch immigrants and grew up in Grand Rapids. Peter came to UM, was a star on the baseball team, and never looked back. He opened his store with the intent to provide simple but elegant clothing for discerning customers. The store maintains this focus today, as the third and fourth generations of the Van Boven family still run the business. And this is in the State Street Historic District. Any Van Bovens in the house? No Van Bovens. Okay, well, thank you very much. You're welcome. Thanks again for giving us the time.
We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. Speakers, both in person and online, will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. I will note that we have in excess of 15 folks signed up for public comment. The process for that is that we run through public comment, as many as we can, either the first 15 or 45 minutes. That is to say, we will certainly run through the first 15, but if those are done within 45 minutes, we will extend until we hit the 45-minute mark. At the 45-minute mark, public comment at the beginning of the meeting will be concluded. Folks who are signed up on our list in advance will have an opportunity to address council at the end of the meeting in order if they are present. Our first speaker today is Abigail McGinnis.
Abigail McGinnis?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Then I will get started. Hello, my name is Abby McGinnis, and I'm a pediatric ICU doctor at CS Mott Children's Hospital. Doctors are seen as experts in safety, and as a pediatric ICU physician, I am deeply invested in the safety and well-being of our community members. Therefore, I am calling in support of the Coalition for Re-envisioning Our Safety, also known as CROSS. I'm excited that the resolution in support of the RFP issuance for the Unarmed Response Program affirms the importance of an independent non-police program that is accessible from a non-911 number and is in line with CROSS's values. I have also read the community engagement report by public sector consultants, and I am here to urge the City Council to prioritize the following 3 key findings in the report. Firstly, to fund the unarmed public safety response from existing budget resources. Personally, I believe that some or all of this funding should be taken out of the existing policing budget. The city's commitment of RPA funds to an unarmed response program is a great start, and ongoing sustained funding from the existing police budget is a great way to ensure this program remains robust, care-based, and accessible to all Ann Arbor residents. To me, this would demonstrate the city's commitment to addressing the root causes of conflict and crisis. Secondly, the RFP should require the establishment of a separate number for unarmed response. A dedicated number for unarmed response can help streamline services, ensure appropriate response to non-emergency situations, and alleviate the burden on the 911 system. Third and finally, the RFP should insist on the exclusion of police from the unarmed response program. The program should focus on unarmed professionals for nonviolent situations, to reduce the risk of unnecessary use of force, as well as to enhance community trust and to encourage more effective community-based solutions. By ensuring a non-police response, the unarmed response program can be safely utilized by more people while simultaneously reducing the number of calls police are responding to. Reducing the number of police responses will alleviate the burden on Ann Arbor Police while freeing up existing police funds for other safety promoting programs in our city. I kindly request that the City Council take these findings into consideration when assessing the RFP for unarmed response and moving forward with its release. Finally, I want to extend my support for C2, the driving equality ordinance. As a pediatric doctor, I strongly support efforts to reduce interactions between police and residents, especially young residents, and especially on our roads.
30 seconds.
Police violence is a public health crisis that disproportionately harms our Black, brown, and queer neighbors. This resolution is a fantastic step towards creating safer streets and a safer town for all our residents, neighbors, and visitors. Thank you for your time and dedication to improving public safety in Ann Arbor.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacinta Townsend Guides.
Do I look like a repeat offender? I was half hoping for a yes, but I guess not. But in fact, I am a cranky old woman who drives cranky old Volvos, one of which is cranky enough and old enough to have a headlight that is consistently out. I went to repair it. It went out again. I gave up at some point. It's been like that for a while. But you know what? I never get stopped. You know why? First of all, I'm a cranky old lady. Second of all, they are kind of late-ish model Volvos. Third of all, there is a Harvard alumni plate on each of them that I very intentionally put there because my mama didn't raise no fool. I am Black. I rarely get stopped. But let's talk about the numbers because other people aren't so lucky. So the Michigan State Police itself studied itself in 2021. Those data, that data revealed that traffic stops conducted in daylight were 18% more likely to be to have Latinos and 11% more likely to have Blacks as the subject of those stops. A study in a neighboring state found that 1/3 of the stops of traffic for minor traffic offenses were stops of Black and Latino drivers. They were stopped twice as often as white drivers and far overrepresented in searches, in being handcuffs, and in being detained. But the incidence of contraband or evidence was lower than that of white drivers. So Los Angeles, Philadelphia, Seattle, Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, and Berkeley, California have all implemented policies to limit or eliminate traffic stops for minor violations. And I encourage the city of Ann Arbor to join them. We can go down a list, you know, there are numbers and then there are names, right? Tyre Nichols was pulled over and beaten to death for reckless driving. Dante Wright was pulled over for an expired registration tag. Richard Brooks was shot to death for falling asleep in his car at a Wendy's. Gabriel Navarez shot 17 times while driving. Sandra Bland killed because an officer said she failed to signal a turn. And of course, Philando Castile, who, before the police finally killed him in 2016, had been pulled over a staggering 49 times for minor traffic violations. Between 2016 and 21, police killed over 400 drivers or passengers who were unarmed and were not being pursued for a violent crime, and an outsized proportion of them, as we know, were Black and Latino. And that's an average of one person per week. Right? So a busted taillight is not impacting public safety, neither is loud music or an expired tag or a window tint. The overall crime rate for these municipalities who implemented policies, is that, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eliza Goyton.
Hi, my name is Elisa Guyton. I live on Kensington Drive in Ann Arbor. Right now, I'm going to call all of you and ask you right at this moment to breathe with me. Everyone, inhale the biggest breath you've ever taken today. And exhale it out. I want you to do that again with me and actually breathe. Make noise on your sigh. Breathe it out. One more inhale, please. And exhale. And as you sit in the silence, I want you to think about your breath that you're able to breathe right now because of where we live and who we are. The driving equity ordinance is so important because it's about protecting our brown and black brothers and sisters, our family who cannot be here today to speak, whose breath was taken. And while this is such a small ordinance that should be passed and must be passed, it's a small forward movement in a larger movement of progress. And I implore Ann Arbor, with its beautiful riches and TVs that come down in City Hall, to really sit and think about their resources, their time, their energy, and think about maybe our neighbors in West Willow who are defined as living in a food desert because they don't have enough access to resources. But how can we embody human mycelium and redirect resources and continue the work that needs to be done for progress' sake, because right now we are moving at the speed of trust, and there's a lot of distrust in this room. And I ask all of you to take another deep breath with me now. Sigh it out. When things get too tense, discussions get too high, remember, you have the power to breathe. You have the power of your breath. And in tense moments, please breathe.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Geiringer.
Mayor, he's supposed to be in person.
Brian Geiringer.
Oh, I do see him on the Zoom call now.
Thank you.
Brian Geyer, phone number 795. Press *6 to unmute your phone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Okay, wonderful. Hi everyone. My name is Brian Geringer. I'm here to speak deeply in favor of the proposal to stop executing traffic violations, stops by police in the city, the pretext stop. Decades of research have shown that traffic stops have an extremely disproportionate impact on black and brown and poor drivers, while white people driving fancy cars are subjected to an entirely different reality. In some cases, like we've read about in Ferguson, Missouri, this leads to an outright cycle of terror for young, often poor black men. We must soberly recognize that while Ann Arbor is not Ferguson, Ann Arbor is not Ferguson either. In fact, the recent report from the Citizens for Racial Equity in Washington County, the Crew report, is damning, and I quote, "The breadth of the racial disparities Crew documented and the impact in terms of punishment on people of color are so stark that Crew presents this report to our community with a call for immediate action by those institutions responsible for funding, administering, and overseeing the criminal legal system in Washtenaw County." The report found that in the county, prosecutors charge POC dramatically more than white people, and that POC get worse treatment in the court system. The blatant reality is that the more contact that black people have with police, the more this racial disparity in punishment will widen. And although that sounds bad, these are in fact life-ruining sentences, and the ramifications of these decisions are extremely serious. Nothing would be a racist and evil thing to do in this case. I'm looking forward to seeing how crows will begin to peel back the layers of policing in this county, finding, I hope, more and more instances in which the harsh punishment of imprisonment, as well as more minor retributions, are increasingly unnecessary. While we're at it, I would love to see Ann Arbor use its significant power in the county to encourage all municipalities to stop pretext stops, and I deeply encourage you to open a line of communication with the county prosecutor's office as well. The prosecutor's website states that they will, quote, no longer prosecute contraband cases that arise from pretext stops. Specifically, the prosecutor's office will no longer prosecute possession of contraband crimes that arise from a factual scenario, indicating that a police officer stopped a person for a minor infraction, but where their real goal was to uncover evidence that a civilian possessed drugs or other contraband. Unfortunately, the current reality is that the Sabbath office is still prosecuting pretext stops. It's their opinion that this policy stated on their own website only applies in scenarios in which the stopped individual goes on specifically to give consent to the stopping officer to search their vehicle. This further specification of that policy renders it utterly unaware of the scope of this problem. Let
30
us all be
seconds.
clear in our demand from the prosecutor to execute the pretext policy as stated. Stop prosecuting contraband from pretext stops immediately. And while I'm here, I'd quickly like to mention that if I were an Ann Arbor City Council member, I'd be starting to worry about the city's biggest landlord and client, the University of Michigan, being under investigation by its accreditor for faking thousands of grades. You all might want to check on that and encourage them to make some concessions to GEO. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Jackson.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Lisa Jackson, the former chair of Ann Arbor's Independent Community Police Oversight Commission. For years, I advocated for transparency and accountability in policing in Ann Arbor. I'm here today in support of the driving equity ordinance sponsored by Council Member Cynthia Harrison and others. I've been stopped for not taking my handicap placard down soon enough after leaving a grocery store when my daughter was in a wheelchair. I've had colleagues who've been stopped for having a child's graduation tassel hanging with pride from their rearview mirror. I don't believe that the police or anyone feel that either of these were a threat to public safety. I perceive them, however, to be a pretext by which to stop and interrogate people who look like me. When I discussed these issues with Chief Cox, and specifically the claim that some people are concerned about that tinted windows make police less safe, he reminded me that in Florida, Arizona, Nevada, and California, tinted windows are in regular use and they have not posed a threat to police. Maybe we can do an exchange program and send some AAPD to these summer climbs. I saw Amy here, so maybe we can do like a trade-off thing. After much advocacy and my working for over 14 months, as you guys know, to get accurate traffic stop data from AAPD, the Southeast Michigan Criminal Justice Policy Research Project, called SMART, has finalized a report of traffic stops in Ann Arbor from 2017 to 2019. Data on 2020, which is the first COVID year, are being analyzed separately. I worked very hard, as you know, upstream on this issue because traffic stops are the #1 way in which people come in contact with the police. Just as the Michigan State Police found when they had researchers at Michigan State analyze their data, the SMART team at Eastern has found significant disparities in the way drivers are policed in Ann Arbor. At every single dimension examined, non-white motorists are stopped and searched more frequently than white motorists. The largest disparities should surprise no one. African American male drivers were stopped for equipment violations, such as a hanging tassel, over 200% more than would be expected by the data, and they were searched after such stops between 365% and 500% more than would be expected by the data. Middle Eastern male drivers were stopped 81% more often, while white female drivers were stopped less than should be expected by the data. There are certainly other statistically significant findings. Overall, the antiquated processes by which police are allowed to stop motorists do not keep us safer. Allowing, supporting, and turning a blind eye to police with the discretion to search people who look like me, Lisa Jackson, while letting people who look like Lisa Dish off with a warning, or more significantly, not stopping her in the first place, do not keep us safer. The city of Ann Arbor needs to live up to its progressive image and join Philadelphia, Los Angeles, and other cities who have relied on data to bring their cities into the 21st century and to decrease the disparities with which people come into contact with police by way of traffic stops. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Carter.
I should introduce you. From the former to the current chair.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I am the current chair of the Independent Police Oversight Commission. A few years ago, our son was a student at Pioneer High School. He played on the basketball team. One Friday evening, as was our custom, his father and I went to the basketball game. We sat there and watched him play. After the game, we all got up and we left together. In the parking lot, we stopped and spoke with some other parents. Our son got into his old raggedy car and started home ahead of us down Stadium. Within 10 minutes or so, we also proceeded down Stadium on our way home. When lights of a police car drew our attention, we looked over. Now, this was a cold, dark night, and we looked over to see our son's car, and our son with his coat unzipped and hands up like this, standing on the sidewalk. We walked over, we parked and walked over. At that time, by the way, I was working for the city of Ann Arbor in the city attorney's office. No, or was I in the prosecutor's office? One or the other. In any case, I walked over and I said, "What's going on?" They said, "Who are you?" I said, "We're his parents." They said, "We stopped him because he fits the description of someone who just robbed a store over on Broadway." I said, "What was the description?" "Young black man with a knit cap on." Did I tell you it was cold out? We said, "We just left him at Pioneer High School." The officer looked at me and said, "Well, when we pulled him over, we smelled marijuana." I'm not one to believe my children never did anything wrong. I went to the car. I said, "You didn't smell marijuana." The officer says, "Oh, you're going to tell me my job?" I said, "Yeah, I was trying marijuana cases when you were in high school." I almost said that, but I held back. Then they said, "Well, we found a weapon in the car." Weapon in the car? My son, because of the age of his car, had a rock. He would start the car up in the morning and it would cut off if he just left it. So he'd start up, put the rock on the gas pedal and go inside to finish getting ready for school. Absolute everything wrong, not true. This is what happens. It didn't matter to the police that night that my son, our son, was a National Honor Society 2-time letter winner, an all-around good guy. That evening, he was a black man with a knit cap on. We strongly support the ordinance for equity in driving. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Hall Kim.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, and good evening, audience. My name is Dr. Mary Hall Cham, and I am here to ask for support of this ordinance. I'm not going to give you additional statistics. I'm not going to give you additional research. I'm an African-American woman who has lived for 72 years in this black body. I'm asking for racial justice. I'm asking for economic justice. I ask you all to support this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Petal Sandcastle.
I wonder if my time starts before I get into the pulpit, like if I can use these seconds outside.
I think if you're honoring the ever-emerging present moment, then it's a radical call to pivot, because we are not nouns on a shelf. We are a verbing process, ever on the move, and so much is already swirling this evening that I want to honor how I'm feeling right now. I'm flanked by so many friends and members of our community. Express your yes. And I want to acknowledge that we're on stolen land, flanked by buildings that were in part built by slaves. I want to acknowledge that we're asked to prop up an entire half-an-hour discourse that is celebrating private property and the landowners who own them. We're asked to prop up and celebrate churches that have personally, as a queer person who spent my entire 20s overcoming the ruthless guilt and shame I felt at the hands of a religion that is built to, I think, keep queer people and black people at odds from each other by promising a Christ coupon you can never apply. And I think that the margins, this is really a radical cry for the margins to come together in unity. And I know I have a lot of energy and aggression and power and a lot of things, and I don't want to apologize for my methods. I don't want to apologize for my circuitous way of presenting things. The margins are dying at a pace set by the privileged ruling classes. The privileged classes are setting the pace on everything, and this is not an indictment on people's hearts or their minds or their intentions. This is an indictment on the pace at which things are moving. I want to acknowledge Cynthia Harrison. Tonight we're looking at this, and I'm not saying it's only you, but looking at this roster tonight of the things that are included, the radical things that are included, like leaving your stuff out on the corner to embrace the circular economy and give things out to the world that don't belong to anymore and not being given citations for it, and things like making the government contracts that you all are awarding millions and millions of dollars a year to more equitable, so the same stalwarts who know Ann Arbor like their backhand and can present you silver platter turnkey opportunities, so more non-normative opportunities can reach the margins who have things to say. I don't want to be hokey and say give the queers 4 years, but this is a call to everyone's listening. This is not an indictment on anyone here, but I do not believe we can lay our problems at your stoop anymore. I don't believe that emailing you, I don't believe our protests are going to be enough. I think we have to run for office. I swear to God, I think we have to run for office. To Gaia, whoever's out there, there's 500,000 offices up for election. Some of them require nothing more than once a month Zoom calls on up to the presidency. There's 500,000 offices up for election. And I think that the people in power need and have an opportunity to learn from non-normative perspectives, because Ann Arbor is burning and the house is on fire, friends. And we've got some serious work to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shabab Jackson.
Hello, everyone. All right, so my very first interaction with police in my life, I was 12 years old, right here by University of Michigan Police Department, by what was the Freeze building. It's now North Quad, so I'm giving away my age here. So I'm the embodiment of disparate traffic stops right here in Washtenaw County. My current case is being tracked by MLive and other local media outlets. Long story short, I was pulled over in Ypsilanti for failure to signal in a residential neighborhood and subsequently arrested for contraband. I have never, in my adult life, committed a violent act, yet Ellie Savitt and Washtenaw County Police treat me as like a terrorist. I wonder why. On the issue of police discretion in traffic stops, fact is discretion is not given to poor black people. Politicians the world over run these compassion campaigns, yet study after study, year after year, reveals ongoing patterns of anti-black, anti-poor, and anti-labor policing. NPR just revealed a Michigan State police study, once again affirming widespread and systemic disparities when dealing with black motorists in particular. But this is not news. So how can poor black, underrepresented constituents feel confident this will be any different? How are police and policymakers being held accountable aside from distractive identity politics to remind us, hey, at least we're not Trump? What is going to be gained from this discussion aside from thoughts and prayers? There is the Crew report, the Michigan State Police report, a mountain of scholarly academic literature in a valley of the mostly ignored and neglected experiences of millions of poor and black folks. This is both academic and simple. Black folks are adversely affected by discretionary policing, especially traffic stops. We even have a candidate for sheriff, a former beat cop who centered part of her campaign around eliminating quotas based on her personal experience as a cop. Speaking engagements are great for PR, but what can voters actually expect? And to whom do they voice their opinions to, since racist policing has been endemic for generations? In the words of Judge Arian Slay here in Washtenaw County, Washtenaw County prides itself on thinking left, but actually it looks right. The idea that police need to do more to keep us safe is a force-fed idea, mostly by the Democrats. After all, the mood of the constituents at the time of their election in 2020 was to defund the police.
That's right.
How and when did the electorate suddenly change its mind on this issue? Or was this the decision of embedded elites who just cannot and will not fathom the terrifying prospect of the world changing before them? Of the political and Am I done?
No, you're not.
Thank you.
Of the political and financial connections, with the prison industrial complex and its irresistible and inexhaustible golden honeypot.
Thank you.
If crime indeed drops and the world becomes a better place, the mighty apparatus of the police, prison guards, etc., would suddenly be out of jobs, and we just can't have that now, can we?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Molly Kleinman.
Molly Kleinman
Hi.
on Zoom. Go ahead.
Thanks. My name is Molly Kleinman, and I live in the 4th Ward. I served for 3 years as chair of the Ann Arbor Transportation Commission, and I still sit on the commission, but I'm speaking tonight only for myself. I'm calling in support of C2, the Driving Equality Ordinance. As an advocate for road safety and a transportation system that serves everyone, I'm strongly in favor of policies that reduce interactions with the police on our roads. I realize that might seem incongruous, but consider that the American Public Health Association has declared police violence to be a public health crisis. There's extensive evidence that police and policing cause harm to Black, immigrant, Indigenous, queer people, and other people of color, as does involvement in the criminal legal system. If we want our roads to be safe for everyone, that means we have to consider not only safety from traffic violence, but also safety from state violence. Secondary traffic stops for things like a broken taillight, tinted windows, and loud exhaust do not make our roads safer. But tonight we've heard a lot about the extensive evidence that they do disproportionately harm people of color. And we've also heard personal testimony about our Black neighbors' experiences with excessive traffic stops in Ann Arbor. Ending this practice will move us a step closer to the safe, equitable, and just transportation system Ann Arbor aspires to. While I'm here, I also want to express support for DC 6, the resolution in support of an RFP issuance for the Unarmed Response Program. This resolution recognizes the importance of creating an unarmed response program that is run independently by a third party. This is a structure that is widely supported by both established best practices in these programs around the country and by members of our local community. I strongly encourage City Council to pass both the Driving Equality Ordinance and the Unarmed Response RFP issuance resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Margolis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council people, council persons. I'm here to support the Driving Equity Ordinance. Routine traffic stops result in humiliating, traumatizing, and even worse outcomes, especially for Black and brown men who experience, as you've heard, much higher incidents. Let me relate a short story. I am Nancy Margolis, founder of Embracing Our Differences Michigan. We exhibit those huge banners in Gallup Park to promote discussions and pride in diversity. One banner last year stimulated many discussions. A beautiful, gorgeous work by an Ann Arbor artist and dentist, Dr. James Lee, showed a young African-American boy jogging and driving. He entitled his work, "Lift Up Your Voice and Scream." On tours of the exhibit, so many Black and brown mothers viewed this painting and shared with me how terrified they are each time their sons go out running or driving, how an innocent, normal action can be misunderstood and can escalate. I urge you to pass Chapter 124 so that our mothers can feel safe for their sons.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Juszkiewicz.
Adam Juszkiewicz on Zoom.
Hello, this is Adam Juszkiewicz calling from the 4th Ward. I'd like to talk to you tonight about 2 items on your agenda, DC2 and C2. First, I'd like to talk about C2, the Driving Equality Ordinance. I am delighted to see this on the agenda tonight, and I hope to see it pass onto the second reading and unanimously and without being watered down. Thank you to Councilmember Harrison for bringing this forward, and for those of you who have already signed on as co-sponsors. As we have seen in many cases around the country, interactions with police can be dangerous, particularly for people of color. We are not immune to that here, and we have seen the data showing that even we have disparities in how often people are pulled over and the outcomes of those stops. This ordinance change will reduce these interactions with police, eliminating many that are frankly unnecessary anyway. Traffic enforcement can and should be limited to driving behaviors that are actually relevant to traffic safety: speeding, running red lights, road rage, failing to yield to pedestrians, and so on. I hope the driving equality ordinance will be uncontroversial among council members, as some other important ordinance changes have been, and I would love to see everyone jump on board to co-sponsor this tonight and at second reading. I would also like to mention that I am glad to see us continue to move forward with the RFP for an unarmed response program. I'm following this with a lot of hope for what we can accomplish here in Ann Arbor with this and other reforms like the driving equality ordinance. I would also like to support DC2, the Federal Building Plaza on Liberty Street. From my reading of this, it appears that the feds are going to be moving forward with redeveloping this plaza, whatever council has to say about it. I think it's great that we might be able to influence what these changes look like, and I like the ideas presented in the resolution. Pedestrianized streets are great, and I really enjoy our summer open streets over on Main Street. If we can get a pedestrianized block of Liberty out of the deal, it would certainly make that block more pleasant to visit. And what better place to put it than on the same block as the Blake Transit Center near the William and Division bikeways. While I rarely bother to bring my car with me when I visit downtown, I know many people do, so the fact that it is only a block or so away from 3 large parking garages should alleviate that concern. Please also pass DC2 tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Edward Sanders.
And thank you. And I appreciate why we are here today. I would like to ask each of you to ask yourself, what is the difference between apartheid? What is the difference between having a work pass on the West Bank and why we are here today? I tell you, the only difference between them is the dates, the time. The only difference. This is a practice that goes back to slave catchers or to slave patrol. That's the only difference between what we address in the day and those issues. There shouldn't be a single person on this council that don't support that resolution. Not a single person. There shouldn't be a single conversation that's in opposition to this. Period. Period. There is no difference than what happens on the West Bank when a mother or a father or a son or a daughter or a grandparent in their own country have to have a work pass to go past a certain point. There's no difference from what went on in South Africa before their racial reconciliation with apartheid. There's no difference. For you to take and pretend, or any of us to take and pretend, for any of us to take and pretend that this was a long time ago, well, it's here right now. It's still happening today. Right now, not yesterday. This is an extension. Our silence, as Dr. King has acknowledged, has allowed it to continue. Good peoples have allowed this to continue. Don't be that kind of good person today. Don't be that kind of good person today. This is important. The United States Supreme Court at some point will have the privilege to be able to answer to this. And they're going to look to towns and cities like this. And they're going to say, what was the people's voice about this? Is there evolve and change? Don't be absent in the United States Supreme Court. Don't be absent. African Americans spend millions of dollars, not millions, billions. This represents the invisible tax that African Americans pay in this nation to take and try to exercise the First Amendment, the right of association. You can't take and associate if someone interferes with your movement. This also represents the interference with the right, the Fourth Amendment, the right to be secure in your person and your effects. You can't do that. The only Constitution amendment in the United States that look like Swiss cheese is the Fourth Amendment.
Thank you.
Because it involved black people.
Thank you.
It involved black people. It is the only constitutional amendment that look like Swiss cheese. Let's make it look like the Second Amendment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alicia Dyer.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Alicia Dyer. For anyone who doesn't know, I served in law enforcement for many years, so I'll be speaking from that perspective about the traffic stop ordinance. I want to say thank you all that have worked on this, especially Cynthia Harrison, who I know has put a lot of effort in this. Thank you, Jen Cornell, for co-sponsoring. And this issue is really important for law enforcement in a lot of ways. When I worked as a deputy on patrol in Washtenaw County, I remember pulling somebody over as a new recruit because their exhaust was loud. And in training, that was one of the stops that they told us that we could pull people over for. I remember going up to the car, and I remember seeing how scared they were of me because of this situation. And I asked them, I said, hey, I just pulled you over for your exhaust being loud. And then they went on very quickly to tell me how hard they were trying to fix their car and how they just did not have the money. I remember walking back to my patrol car and sitting there wondering, why are we pulling people over for this? And then the hard pill to swallow of causing the trauma I did and pulling this person over for this offense. And I think that, I now have a social work degree, and I think when we think about traffic enforcement, what we need to realize is it is a traumatic interaction for a lot of people in our community. For law enforcement, when we pull someone over, that can be a dangerous interaction, and so we should minimize those interactions whenever possible. We should make them for safety reasons, but we should not be making them because of a registration sticker that got put in the wrong spot, or an air freshener, or a crack in the windshield. These things really hurt the trust that we are trying to build in communities. And so the more that we can do, ordinances like this, I think, are a step in the right direction to start reducing the unnecessary contact that doesn't really need to take place if it's not a safety risk or a safety hazard. I think that this will also help protect younger officers so they won't have to go through that situation I did on patrol and have to live with that trauma knowing that I caused harm. And so the more that we can start restructuring our laws and our ordinances and what we have law enforcement do, the better we can actually have a community where people are not being harmed, not being killed, and not being injured because of our practices. And so I just want to thank you all for your work. I especially want to thank Cynthia Harrison. I know that you put a lot of work into this, and thank everyone here today for listening and hearing us out. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Trudeau, my apologies.
No worries. Good evening. So, I came here for a few reasons tonight. First, to enthusiastically support DC2 and take full advantage of the federal government's intent to redevelop the plaza in front of the federal building and to coordinate changes to Liberty Street to create a larger, improved, well-situated plaza for the community to gather in celebration and protest. As we learned with the city's recent big picture discussions around the federal building site, the federal government is an enormous animal that moves slowly with great inertia, but their intentions here for this plaza redevelopment are clear, the resources at the ready, and we should catch that wave and ensure that we get the best possible outcome for the city and its residents. Specifically, I want to support the intent to use all of the adjacent right-of-way on Liberty Street for inclusion in this plaza. Unlike some more challenging public sites downtown, this site has the ingredients for successful and vibrant public plaza space. It has active uses facing multiple sides. It has terra firma for sustaining trees and other vegetation. It is open and transparent to the surrounding streets. There will be logistical trade-offs and complications for the adjacent parcels and for those traveling through downtown, but those are small costs relative to the potential benefits this kind of space will bring. While I'm here, I also want to support passing CT2 to limit pretextual stops by the police and encourage your ongoing support for creating and funding an unarmed response program by passing DC6. Whenever we use armed police to respond to community needs, we inevitably risk that resolution will come at the end of the barrel of a gun or other violent force. And it is marginalized people, as we've heard tonight, of multiple stripes that suffer an unequal burden, and this is an avoidable outcome. So thank you for all of your work on this. And lastly, I also support the passage of C1 at first reading tonight. We're in a housing crisis. We need more housing of all kinds. It's a high demand area to live. It's a site that's sat vacant for far too long. The developer's plan comports with the zoning ordinance that applies to the site. There's no reason not to say no. There's no reason to say no to 200 additional homes, especially since it's coming with almost no parking. So thank you.
Thank you. Since we are still under the 45-minute time, our next speaker is Danelle Weich.
Danelle Weich on Zoom, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Council. I'm the Reverend Donnell Weich, and I live in the 500 block of Silo Church Road in the 4th Ward. I'm calling in to speak in support of the Driving Equity Ordinance C2. The majority of policing and police interactions with civilians nationwide occur during traffic stops. These are often civil infractions, but racial inequity is endemic in our criminal justice system. And one key driver of those inequities is the so-called pretext or pretextual stop. These stops are made by police officers as a result of an observed traffic or ordinance infraction, but they are really about an officer wanting to uncover evidence or to conduct a search. The data shows that Black motorists are significantly more likely to be subjected to pretextual stops than white people. And pretextual stops are heavily associated with racial profiling. As you know, your own Independent Police Oversight Committee noted during their update to Council on June 5th that this data isn't just coming from out there nationwide. It's actually right here in Ann Arbor. According to the research conducted by the SMART Center at EMU that evaluated AAPD stop data from 2017 to 2019, it found significant disparities across every dimension examined. Black motorists are being stopped and searched in Ann Arbor more frequently than white residents. It makes it unsafe for me, a Black resident who is male, to drive in our city. Now, what I've noted is you cannot train away racial bias. You actually have to change the underlying systems that allow racial bias to harm people like myself and other residents. Anything else is a policy decision. It's a policy decision to support the ongoing racial bias that's embedded in our existing system. So I am incredibly grateful to Councilmember Harrison for taking on this important issue to ensure that I can move about the city freely. In addition, I want to offer my support for DC6, and I'm grateful that unarmed public safety is moving forward in Ann Arbor. I was heartbroken when I heard about Scott Fitzpatrick's experience when he called for a mental health wellness check, but instead watched his wife get arrested. They then incurred over $10,000 in fees and fines, and they have to live with the trauma of that experience for the rest of their lives. This was a categorical failure of our community to care for each other. And so I'm grateful that the PSC Community Engagement Report affirms what the coalition Re-envisioning Our Safety has already proposed over a year ago, that public unarmed safety should be... Okay.
Thank you. The 45 minutes having expired, the balance of public comment reserve time will be heard, if available, at public comment overflow at the end of the meeting. Are there communications today from council? Councilor Ackman.
Thank you, Mayor.
I wanted to let folks in the 4th Ward know that there's a public engagement session on the South 7th and Greenview project. It's coming up on June 27th at 6 p.m. at the Pittsfield Branch Library. This is the second public engagement meeting, and city staff are going to present some proposed designs for the road. Residents will have an opportunity to provide feedback. If you want to find more information about this project, it can be found on the project website. If you just Google 7th and Greenview project Ann Arbor, it should come up. I also wanted to acknowledge that I had the chance to go on a ride-along with Councilmember Cornell and the Ann Arbor Fire Department last night for a few hours, and I was just really impressed with their professionalism, their generosity, and their care for and dedication to this community. So I wanted to extend my warmest thanks to Chief Kennedy, Battalion Chief Hughes, and the entire Shift 3 crew. Thank you.
Councilmember Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you to Councilmember Ackman for shortening my comments relative to the Ann Arbor Fire Department. I just want to, reinforce my gratitude and that we should be really proud to have these highly trained, genuinely caring professionals working for our city. For those of you who travel along Stadium, there are new lights at the University of Michigan Stadium will be installed on June 28th and June 29th via helicopter. So that will be quite a bit of disturbance in that area, but the plan currently is to maintain two-way traffic by shifting the lanes west during the lifts, which will impact dedicated bike lanes, but not vehicle traffic. So for commuters who come in by bike along Stadium on town, just be aware of that. And then one final note that our listening hour, mine and Councilmember Briggs, will be on July 16th, 4 p.m. at the A2AC, and we welcome our neighbors to come and share your thoughts and concerns. Thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Administrator Fournier stole my thunder a little bit here, but I too wanted to congratulate our clerk on her for making it official as the new president of the Michigan Municipal Clerks. And I just also wanted to say some wonderful things about her. And so, our clerk is an exceptional leader on the front lines defending our democracy. She has a long and impressive record working to ensure our elections are free, fair, and secure, while also advocating to improve election systems statewide. As a longtime civil servant, she rarely seeks the spotlight for herself, but has quietly and effectively earned a reputation around the state as a leader in defending voting rights, making voter registration easy and accessible, improving voter education, expanding opportunities for students to vote, and eliminating barriers for eligible voters to fully participate in our democratic process. And so I just want to express my gratitude. We're incredibly lucky to have an award-winning clerk like Clerk Beaudry administering our local elections, and the Michigan Municipal Clerks will undoubtedly benefit from her service.
Councilmember Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, last Monday, I actually was very honored to receive Fountain House's inaugural Community Changemaker Award in New York City at the beautiful Glass House in Manhattan. As Fountain House celebrated their 75th anniversary with the Moving Beyond the Margins national benefit. For those of you who have not heard of Fountain House, they have been around for 75 years and are part of a nationwide clubhouse model. We actually have one here in the city of Ann Arbor called Fresh Start Clubhouse. Fountain House fights to improve health, increase opportunity, and end social and economic isolation for people most impacted by mental illness. So just kind of wanted to thank them again publicly for hosting myself and my family in New York City last weekend. It was an amazing event. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. Congratulations, Councilmember Harrison. And thank you to all who came out this evening for public comment. It's wonderful when we see many of our seats filled, and so thank you for taking the time to speak up tonight. I want a couple of comments, announcements around events. For those of you who like to enjoy the 4th of July parade, it's a little bit different this year. The Jaycees are not going to be holding the parade in downtown Ann Arbor due to downtown construction, and they've are hosting it around Briarwood Mall. So don't walk downtown on the 4th for that event. And you'll see as one of the first agenda items on the consent agenda, assuming it passes, the spray park that the fire department has in conjunction with that on Maynard Street, where little kids can run through the fire hose and hold one of them, is going to be postponed likely until July 14th from, which I think is a Friday, from 10:30 to 11:30. So it will still be going on, just a different day. And then for those of you who are interested in learning the latest around the Gelman-Daxon plume, which runs under much of the 5th Ward, there's going to be a community forum hosted by Congresswoman Dingell on Wednesday, June 28th from 5:30 to 7 p.m. at the Learning Resource Center, Washtenaw County. A number of state and federal officials will be there from the EPA, as well as local and state representatives. So thank you.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. Just a quick note that the long-anticipated Scioto Church Road project is done, pretty much. Hallelujah. The road is back open again. This project, many may recall, it was a long time in the making and also delayed. It was supposed to happen last year and ended up having to be delayed to this year. But here we are, June 20th, and it's done already. So if we did ribbon cuttings for new roads, this would be one that qualifies. There is some additional work. The contractors are going to be coming back for some punch list stuff when they come back to do the sidewalk. Actually, there will be a sidewalk that's going to be installed along the public schools property to complete that network there. But other than that, folks are able to drive through that area again.
Further communication from council. I'd like to request a confirmation of the following appointment that was presented to City Council at the June 5 regular session to the Energy Commission. Jacob Sendra, moved by Councilmember Iyer, second by Councilmember Cornell. Discussion, please, of nomination. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. I'd like to recommend the following nomination for your consideration to the Public Art Commission, Fang Zheng. We now have before us the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Gaziano, second by Councilmember Medina. I think we have a staff introduction or two. Mr. Fournier?
Ask more than just an ordinance. Ask for reparations for Black people. These
Ma'am?
people have lived off of hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of work for Black people. Ask for
Thank you.
more. This is nothing. Ask for reparations for African Americans.
Thank you.
They've worked for it for generations. Don't set your sights so low. Ask for reparations.
Do we not normally do the introductions when the agenda item comes up?
Well, it's the consent agenda.
Sure.
Did I move and second it?
I think we've moved and seconded.
Yeah.
Forgive me.
Sorry.
We have introduction items for CA5 and CA17. Staff can be available whenever council is ready.
Please.
Okay. Josh Landefeld and Mr. McDonald. I believe that there are questions presented for CA5. Josh will be available virtually.
Let's see at 18.
Yeah.
Good evening. Can you hear and see me?
We can hear you.
Okay. So I am going to be speaking about question 1 and 4 in regards to the Allmendinger restrictions. Question 1 comes in regards to the statement in the resolution. However, staff also found that deeds to additional lots within the park contain racial restrictions, either on the deeds themselves or by reference to other deeds that contain racial restrictions. The question is, what do you mean by reference to the other deeds? And the second question is, what were the racial restrictions? Allmendinger Park is made up of a variety of lots donated by various individuals. The lots donated by the Allmendinger family did not have any racial restrictions on the deed. However, other donated lots did have the racial restrictions, which are the lots within this resolution. In regards to what were the restrictions, the most common restriction was that No portion of the land herein described shall be occupied by persons other than the Caucasian race, except as servants or guests. So that was question 1. I will go ahead and go to number 4, which speaks to the whereas clause of whereas the City of Ann Arbor Parks and Recreation Services strives to provide exceptional experiences for all park visitors and residents, regardless of race, age, gender, sexual orientation, income level, ethnicity, or ability. Whereas the Park Advisory Commission believes everyone should feel safe, welcome, and respected in the city parks, and that removing these prohibitive restrictions from the deeds associated with Allmendinger Park is consistent with this goal. Question related to that statement is, does this mean the Park Commission will perform a comprehensive review of all city parks to see if such other covenants exist? In speaking with PAC and at the PAC meeting, PAC fully supports the review of all city properties determined if other covenants exist, and PAC and park staff will follow the directive of council regarding this process. Those are the 2 questions that I was charged with answering as they were related to the park side. Mr. McDonald has the other ones, unless somebody has questions for me at this point.
Mr. McDonald?
Kevin McDonald, Chief Deputy City Attorney. I'm going to respond to the rest of the questions. Question number 2, on December 13th, 2022, the state of Michigan enacted the Discharge of Prohibited Restrictive Covenants Act, which allows Michigan property owners and Michigan community associations to record a discharge that affirmatively removes discriminatory restrictions from deeds and other recorded documents. How could a property owner do this? Is the first part of that question, and it says community organization. Does this mean these restrictions may exist on commercial real estate deeds as well? The process is detailed in the Discharge of Prohibited Restrictive Covenants Act, which is found at MCL 565.861. The statute provides a form, and a property owner can complete the form, have it notarized, and record it with the, in our case, the Washtenaw County Recorder of Deeds, which is what is proposed here. There are also There's also a simplified process defined for homeowners associations and for platted subdivisions, and association boards for condominiums to take action at the request of those members. These are the organizations that were being referred to in the memo as community associations. These residential restrictions could exist on commercial real estate as property use changes over time, and although these were restrictive covenants for residential and they're illegal and enforceable, that language could still exist in those documents. Question number 3, whereas the lots with restrictions are within Oak Crest subdivisions, lots 147, 48, 49, et cetera, does the Oak Crest subdivision still exist? If so, does the rest of the subdivision still have the covenants? The city attorney's office did not complete a search for any property outside of parkland owned by the city. It was just out of the scope of what we were asked to do. The platted subdivision, Oak Crest subdivision, which included Allmendinger Park, included lots from Oak Creek subdivision, so it would follow that there are likely other lots that reference the same illegal, unenforceable, restrictive covenants. Question number 5, the city owns and has recently acquired land for the Greenbelt. Did any of that land have racial covenants on the deeds? If so, did the staff already go through the steps to discharge them? And our answer is the city has not reviewed the deed history for recently required properties for racial covenants or any other illegal, unenforceable covenants. We can ask title companies to review this in future transactions proactively. Question number 6, does staff know if any of the Ann Arbor Public School-owned land has racial covenants on the deeds, including the new lots the district recently purchased? For example, we know that certain neighborhoods and subdivisions had racial covenants, as the Hannah subdivision recently had their racial covenant discharged last year. The assumption would be that a school within that subdivision area could have a covenant as well, depending on when it was built, correct? And that staff has no knowledge. Properties not owned by the city were not proactively researched for racial covenants. It was just this one-time action. And then finally, 7, does council need to pass a resolution for a comprehensive review of deeds for city-owned land, or can staff do that in accordance with our past equity resolutions? We will incorporate a search for these restrictive covenants proactively in future property acquisitions and when we have other reasons to be researching deeds. But I would ask that council pass a resolution for us to complete a comprehensive review after further consultation with the administrator and the city attorney due to the significant resources involved. There are approximately 165 parks, with some consisting of multiple parcels, without including other city properties such as City Hall, for example, which has about 8 parcels underneath it. A quick, very preliminary estimate is that it would take 400 to 500 hours minimum to complete the searches for parks property only, which may only be possible using city attorney office staff, a consultant, or title company. And that completes the staff introduction for that item.
We do. Glenn Wazorek is available virtually to discuss CA 18.
Glenn Wazorek?
Yes, audio check.
We can hear you. You are
Thank
audible.
Thank you. My name is Glenn Wazorek. I'm the engineer at the water treatment plant. I will be introducing CA 18 and responding to 2 questions. By way of introduction, sorry, thought you'd want to look at my face maybe. By way of introduction, this resolution requests acceptance of a grant for PFAS treatment upgrades at the water treatment plant. More specifically, the grant program is called the Consolidation and Contamination Risk Reduction Grant Program, which will be administered by EGLE, Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy. The grant amount is $491,122, to which we are proposing the design and construction of 2 filter upgrades to strengthen PFAS removal performance. The 2 questions proposed to me, CA 18 question 1, it reads, since we're replacing only 2 of the lower profile under drains, I'm assuming we still need to eventually fund the replacement of the 14 other under drains that need more clearance to more efficiently filter PFAS. In the meantime, how are we addressing this issue? Are we actually running the water plant at a lower capacity, or do we have another way to remove the PFAS? Response to question 1, our current flows at the water plant are well below the plant's design capacity of 50 MGD. So the filters are operating well below their maximum capacity, but we don't want to restrict the flow as demand increases over time. It's important to note that we are meeting all PFAS regulations under all current conditions. We are constructing these 2 filters to take advantage of the grant and to validate performance prior to investing in the remainder. But due to excess capacity, we have additional time where we'll likely be incorporating the remaining filters in a future capital project. CA 18 question number 2 reads, regarding the project budget, the memo says $1 million of the required $1.291 million for this project is included in the approved fiscal year 24 water supply capital budget. The Eagle grant is providing $491,000. Why does another $291,000 need to be appropriated? Wouldn't this grant bring us to $1,491,000 in available funding? There's a lot of numbers. I had some confusion with it. I'm going to start the explanation this way. $1 million was programmed and approved in the fiscal year 24 water budget. The project total cost estimate has been determined to be $1,291,000. So we're looking to appropriate the difference, which is that additional $291,000 to cover the difference. The water fund must front the full project cost. This is a financial accounting practice requirement. The water fund will be reimbursed the full grant amount of $491,000 when it becomes available. So to reiterate, the total project cost is $1,291,000, not the $1,491,000 in the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the consent agenda. I have Councilmember Cornell and Harrison. Further discussion on the consent agenda. I have Councilmember Cornell.
Mayor, I ask that based on my role as the board chair of the Ecology Center, that I be recused from CA 19. I have a conflict of interest under Council Ethics Rules 4, which provides that a council member may be excused if she has a personal relationship with the matter at issue that creates a situation with conflicting fiduciary duties.
Perhaps we will pull CA 19 and have a separate vote for you there, if that makes sense. Councilmember Harrison.
I just want to thank staff for the work that they did on Allmendinger and the research that they did on this. Growing up here in Ann Arbor, I spent a lot of time in Ann Arbor parks, and it's really important that we uncover these racially restricted covenants. They are continuing to cause harm to the Black community. The Black and Brown community, and I just want to thank you all for the work that was put into this.
Further discussion of the consent agenda. All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of CA 19, please say aye. Opposed? The consent agenda with the exception of CA 19 is approved with 9 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA 3, CA 4, CA 17, CA 18, CA 12, thank you, and CA 30. CA 19, resolution to approve the first amended and restated general services agreement with Recycle Ann Arbor, RAA, for operation of the drop-off station, moved by Councilmember Briggs, seconded by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion, please, of CA 19. A motion to recuse Councilmember Cornell. Is there Councilmember Redina's discussion? Redina Ghazi-Edwin. Discussion of the motion to recuse. All in favor? Opposed? You are recused. Further discussion of CA 19. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. Not so fast. No extra bathroom break for you. We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about the specific subject matter of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance, but your speech must relate to the subject matter of the public hearing. That is to say, the item on the agenda to which the public hearing relates. Speakers, both in-house and online, will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend section 10176 of chapter 127 bicyclist of Article 3 impounding of Title 10 traffic of the Ann Arbor City Code. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Is there anyone in-house who would like to speak at this public hearing? Is there anyone online who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see any callers online for this hearing.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, an ordinance to repeal section 85252 of chapter 105 Housing Code of Title 8, Building Regulations of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Is there anyone in-house who would like to speak at this public hearing? Is there anyone online who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see any callers on the line for this hearing.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 3, an ordinance to add Chapter 92, Humane Pet Acquisition, to Title 7 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Is there anyone in-house who would like to speak at this public hearing? Please just wander on up.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Taylor. Since its first reading 2 weeks ago, dozens of Ann Arbor residents have reached out in support of a potential humane pet sale ordinance in the city. As stated in the first reading, this ordinance is not unprecedented, as hundreds of other cities, along with some states, have similar restrictions on the sale of animals. The main purpose of this ordinance is to prohibit irresponsible sourcing of animals from inhumane facilities and to encourage pet acquisition directly from reputable breeders or other responsible sources like shelters and rescues. These actions are proven to protect consumers, promote humane business practices, and contribute to the overall health of pets in our community. However, I understand this has been met with some opposition from some lobbying groups that may speak tonight or in some council members' inboxes, opposed to taking these 3 minutes to tell you a bunch of legislation that these organizations have lobbied against that would improve the lives of animals. I will just let you know that these organizations have the heart of the commercial pet industry at heart. They work from a monetary basis. They don't consider animal welfare at the source of what they do. And with that, I hope all of our city council members will make a decision that's in favor of animal welfare and not this pet industry, plus one that has the support of our own community members that have spoken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I approach?
Oh, of course, by all means.
I have some written
Oh,
testimony.
to the clerk, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Bob Darden. I'm a 3rd Ward resident on Brooklyn. No one condones the animal abuse, substandard kennels, irresponsible breeders. This ordinance does not address those issues. That being said, I have concerns with this ordinance. Seemingly, the Humane Pet Acquisition Ordinance has been a work in process for quite a period of time before it was presented to council last session. As of Thursday, when I visited several pet shops, none of the stores had heard of the proposed ordinance. The 3 stores visited that sell live animals are all impacted by this ordinance. The point being, all stakeholders should have been brought in early into the discussion, not just in this past week or 2. The ordinance erodes consumer protection. Under Michigan compiled law, MCL 281.335A, Section 5, pet stores are required to have current pet health care certificates, valid within 30 days from the sale of a dog or cat at retail. Shelters do not have the same requirement. Pet stores also have certificates of origin for all their animals. The consumer will know what qualified breeder or qualified licensed kennel the dog or cat came from. The ordinance shrinks consumer options with the goal of matching families' lifestyle with the dog's temperament. Random source dogs do not fulfill that goal. A 2017 study by the ASPCA and the study by the American Pet Products Association showed that 3.3 million dogs entered shelter. Meanwhile, close to 90 million pet dogs are in the United States. The average lifespan of a dog is 11 years. The annual rate of death of dogs is close to 9 million pet dogs a year. The ordinance plan is unsustainable. Over the past several years, shelters' intakes have been going down. The demand for dogs has been going up. An MSU study showed that the proportion of households owning dogs is expected to grow from 38% of all U.S. households to 45% in 2030. Shelters will not be able to come close to 6 million dog gap between shelter intake, getting a new family dog, and growing demand for dogs. Even now, some shelters are importing dogs from out of state to fill their kennels. Is that it?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm Tanya Hilgendorf. I'm the CEO of the Humane Society of Huron Valley and longtime Ann Arbor resident. I'm here to give our enthusiastic support and gratitude for this ordinance to ban inhumane pet retail sales in Ann Arbor. There are currently an estimated 10,000 puppy mills operating in the United States, confining roughly 500,000 dogs solely for breeding. Nearly all pet stores and online dealers get their puppies from mills notorious for abuse and neglect. Though less well known, this is also true for kittens and other animals sold as pets. Though many mills are unlicensed, even if licensed, regulations are woefully lacking and minimally enforced. The rules around commercial breeding are almost 60 years old and don't address what we now know today scientifically about what animals need mentally and physically. Rather, they ensure just enough to keep the animal alive in their misery. Animals kept in mills are treated just as commodities, and their most basic needs, food, medical care, are denied to increase profit margins. In puppy mills, mother and father dogs spend their entire lives in small, stacked, wire-bottom cages, required to just be 6 inches larger than their actual bodies their entire lives. They never play, go for a walk, or snuggle with a family. Sickly mothers are forced to have litter after litter until their bodies are spent, and they are killed in cheap and violent ways. Meanwhile, Michigan pet stores go 100% unregulated. In 2018-19, HSHV investigated a local pet store that among many violations, let sick puppies die in a back room without any vet care and just left their bodies there. Their puppies came from a Hillsdale puppy mill that was also investigated by the Attorney General. Both operations continue to thrive today because of absurdly mild penalties and unsuspecting consumers. Of course, we prefer that families adopt a homeless animal and help save a life, but when that can't happen, we ask that consumers go directly to small family responsible breeders where good living conditions can be verified in person. Pet stores and online dealers are the lifeblood that keep puppy mills alive. Until we have federal action like we saw in the UK, ordinances like this are an effective and important step forward to stemming this intense and systemic cruelty. Thank you to Councilmember Ackman and all of Council for considering this compassionate and forward-thinking proposal.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in House who would like to speak at this public hearing? Just come on up.
I didn't know if there was rules if you already spoke.
No.
I was not planning on speaking on this. I feel like I would be remiss not to acknowledge that we're having a conversation around animal life in a city where animals are spending upwards of $2,000 a month to live in radically small spaces. And I want to also acknowledge that the average American consumes over 200 pounds of animal flesh a year on average. And I want to acknowledge that the disparity between what for some of us feels so obvious to acknowledge animal suffering is because we don't honor the animal suffering going on in our own bodies and in the bodies of our peers and our neighbors. And so that trickles downward to animals. And I think this is a larger conversation around mental health. And this is the last thing I'll say. You're talking about more people wanting dogs. People are like there are thousands of babies under the age of 1 who have antidepressant prescriptions. And so I think there's a larger mental health crisis that requires radical vulnerability and authenticity and neutral third spaces. I think this is a cry for the city to maybe adopt 10,000 pets and create some neutral third spaces for us all to come together and pet cats and talk about the binary things that divide us. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in House who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Is there anyone online who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, we do have a caller online. Caller with the phone number and ending in 853. Press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
This is Dave Moran. I'm a professor at the law school, and I'm a member of the board of directors of the Humane Society. I can't do much better than what Tanya Hilgendorf just did in support of this ordinance. There are hundreds of cities across the United States who have taken this step to try and stamp out puppy mills, and a few states. And I think it's high time that Ann Arbor does so. We've had pet stores that in the area, specifically in Ypsilanti, that have been a problem, that have used puppy mills, that have abused their animals. And this step would simply prevent Ann Arbor from going down that road. So I strongly support this ordinance, and I thank the council for its attention.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 123. Press *6 to unmute your phone.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lauren DeLega. I am a current resident of Franklin, Michigan, but I'm a lifetime resident of Michigan. Just wanted to call and express my support and encourage the council to pass the pet store ordinance tonight. As someone who is very active in the animal rescue community, I've had personal experience caring for dogs that come from puppy mills that had been intended to be sold at pet stores. Instead, these dogs are either aged out of their cute phase, or the female dogs were no longer valuable because they couldn't have any more litter. These dogs spend most of their life filled with fear. Even after spending months in foster homes, they're typically extremely anxious, and there may be no correcting that. And just to be clear, there is no reputable breeders that will sell their dogs to pet stores. We've talked to just hundreds of them. They deal with the families directly. So this ordinance in no way stops reputable breeders from selling their dogs to families. So, families are still able to get dogs directly from breeders if there's specific breeds that they're looking for. And then in addition to problems surrounding the puppy mill pipeline in stores, pet stores really lack the proper living conditions for almost all species. The overcrowded, small living spaces are necessary to show animals to consumers, but it's really not adequate for any animal to thrive. That's not only true for dogs and cats, but it also includes birds, rabbits, and reptiles. So this ordinance is very important not only to protect these voiceless animals, but to also protect the public. So I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 298, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Hello, am I coming through?
Yes, you are.
Hello, thank you, council members and mayor, for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Phil Goss. I am president of the United States Association of Reptile Keepers, actually calling to oppose this ordinance. And I certainly understand that this is a complex situation, and I'm going to ask that you think about some questions. And one is, you know, is there an impetus for this in Ann Arbor? And also, are there any stores that are problems in Ann Arbor? And I would hope that the council and mayor, you think about collective punishment and only focus on bad actors and people in stores who are problems. You know, I hate to see these things pass when, you know, someone could be doing it right. I worked for a pet store in college. I've trimmed hundreds of dog and cat toenails. We were mainly a grooming business, but occasionally we sold puppies and we socialized those puppies. The owner was a veterinary technician. Numerous times I saw her spend an hour or two with people who would come in crying because their veterinarian would not spend enough time with them to go over common pet nutrition facts with them, and instead just wanted to prescribe medications. And I saw her turn over 100 unhealthy puppies into healthy puppies. And this was a legitimate pet shop owner who did a great job for the community and those animals. And something like this would have put her out of business. And it's just a shame to see that happen. Our puppies all came from very small breeders who were they were all locally sourced. And again, this would put a store like her out of business. And there are lots of Michigan laws, including Chapter 750, Chapters 9 and 25 of Chapter 750 that address pain and suffering, duty to provide care, animal cruelty, and more. So hopefully those laws could be in place regarding reptiles. Every animal coming into the state requires a USDA veterinarian certificate of veterinary inspection. So that's covering your reptiles. And again, I would hope that rather than painting this with a broad brush, you actually look at people who are problems, because people are always going to have pets, and you're taking away the most public and heavily regulated possibility for them to get those pets, and who knows where they may get their pets from. So I would hope that you would allow responsible pet stores to stay in business in Ann Arbor, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't have any other callers on the line with their hands up.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 4, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, zoning, rezoning of 1.2 acres from R4C, multifamily residential, to PUD, Planned Unit Development District, 721 South Forest, PUD zoning and supplemental regulations, 721 South Forest. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Good evening, Council. My name is Brad Moore. I'm with J. Bradley Moore and Associates Architects. I'm here representing Subtext, the developer for the project. I would like to recommend that the council follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission, one that came with a significant majority, to rezone this property so that the site plan could be approved. The rezoning will provide for the reuse of an existing underutilized parcel and redevelopment of an antiquated building, a highly energy inefficient building that is currently consistent with city policies to find more ways of accommodating more Ann Arbor residents. Rezoning will provide for the redevelopment of the parcel with an all-electric building, an all-electric high-rise, first one in the city. That is also consistent with the current city desires for more all-electric projects. This while protecting a significant natural feature, which is the urban forest fragment, which is north adjacent to our site. The rezoning and site plan approval will also accrue significant public benefits. I believe you have a list of the designated public benefits for the project. Amongst these will be the increase in affordable housing through both required and voluntary contributions to programs to provide affordable housing in the city. I have with me other team members, and we can answer any of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. By all means.
I am Mark Erstein. I have lived at 1321 Forest Court for over 40 years. I am strenuously opposed to the application for a PUD project at 721 South Forest. I strongly support the thoughtful analyses of Matt Kowalski and the Planning Department staff to reject this project. The proposed luxury student apartment building is totally inconsistent with the zoning of this site and the land use goals of the city's master plan. It significantly exceeds any density and building size permitted for this zoning district. It disregards the existing buildings around it on and adjacent to South Forest between Forest Court and Hill, a diverse and pleasant area of well-maintained residences, small apartment buildings, fraternity and sorority houses, and a child care center. It contravenes the central area land use recommendations that seek to encourage appropriate development and transitions and to protect the existing character of neighborhoods. This project clearly does none of this, unlike the recently constructed small apartment buildings at 727 South Forest and adjacent to it at 1315 Hill, as well as the Towsley Children's House. The proposal is in complete violation and makes a mockery of the zoning created by this City Council in recent past, establishing D1 and D2 zones with transitional step-downs to preserve the character and integrity of the R4C area surrounding. It seeks to do via a PUD what the established zoning will not allow. Ignoring the city master plan and central area plans for this PUD is not how city planning is done, nor should Ann Arbor be remade through single site spot zoning like this. This is precisely the only purpose of this request for a PUD for this project, to circumvent the existing zoning of this site. I strongly urge you to reject this PUD proposal that is in total violation of the zoning and of the purposes of the plan unit developments. Approval will only open the way for other such PUD proposals in the R4C zoned area between Willard and Hill and beyond, no doubt. I could support a newer apartment building of similar size to the current one on this site if this one is antiquated. I would encourage that it require affordable housing in this building, not just a one-time fee. There are still D1 and D2 parcels on Southview, on Church, on Willard that have not been developed into student high-rise housing. They're still there, they're still available. There's all of the transit corridor TC1 zone rezoning that you've passed and that is being speeded along and has not yet been subject to dense development. What's the rush in this case to undermine a functioning and pleasant neighborhood, a neighborhood where I live? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Scott Trudeau again, Ward 1. I spoke in favor of this rezoning at the Planning Commission. I am here to speak in favor of it here tonight. The site is immediately next door to another previously contentious high-density development proposal, Forest Plaza, which nearly 100 years ago was originally proposed as a luxury 9-story building on the street. This proposal triggered anti-development backlash, forcing the reduction of a building to 4 stories and forcing the building back from the edge of the lot. And it also led to further restrictions in our zoning ordinance that limited dense development near campus. One of a few series of backlashes that happened through the history of the city that has limited housing. This PUD is a symptom of a problem that we began creating for ourselves 100 years ago. We have had the good fortune to live in a city that is home to one of the premier public universities on the planet, created and supported by the people of the state of Michigan. The significant public investment creates a natural demand for housing as closely as possible to campus. This was true 100 years ago, and it remains true today. Our efforts to limit the ability to build and to meet this demand has created the reality that we live in now, with scarce, expensive, often extremely low-quality housing to anyone who wants to live in our city. If we had allowed many more forest plazas as originally proposed 100 years ago, we would have avoided digging our housing hole yet deeper, putting further barriers up to substantial new housing for subjective preferences or to reach goals that can't practically actually be realized right now will contribute to our history of exclusion, contribute to our ongoing case of housing scarcity. So I please encourage you to approve this proposal tonight. And I did describe this PUD as a symptom. There's other PUDs coming in the same area. I agree with the previous speaker. We're probably going to see more of these, and it's a symptom that something's wrong. I still think we should approve it because the housing situation is desperate, but I think we really need to be rethinking our zoning much more broadly, but we don't have time to wait 5 years for a comprehensive plan rewrite, ordinance rewrites, just to provide enough housing for the people who want to live here now. And we know downtown, nothing new really has been built or approved since the recent ordinance updates a few years ago. We've put up all kinds of barriers. We have unwritten rule book that we hear at Planning Commission over and over again of things we'd like to see that lead to rejections. All of which are goals I think we all share, but we're not getting what we want using the tools we've been using forever. And so I think if we want to actually get there, we need to start taking a little bit of risk, allowing some things to happen, and actually letting people meet the demand that is there. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in House who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Good evening. Thank you for listening to us. I'm Ellen Ramsberg, and I live at 1503 Cambridge Road. I'd love to refute what Mr. Trudeau just said. If you look around downtown and if you look around South University, there is tons of new development. We have not been slow to develop recently. First of all, I hope that you will consider these things when you consider granting PUD status here. Your planning staff and your Office of Sustainability both gave reports that asked you to deny the approval of the PUD. This should give you pause. You have experts on your staff who are saying this does not meet the requirements for a PUD. Their reports are well substantiated, and they give ample reason of why this does not have the public benefit for a PUD. Any proposal to circumvent an existing zoning by use of a PUD should give you pause, should make you think about the planning process and whether it's a valuable tool for a city to use. These comments came up in the Planning Commission. A planning commissioner was asked, the commissioner asked the developer, if perhaps a change of zoning would be more amenable to the kind of development that he was proposing. And the reply was, it took too long to do that. Thus, the resort to a speedy alternative, a PUD that circumvents the zoning, that does not take into consideration the neighborhood or what the long-term plan for this neighborhood is. Another commissioner said, if not here, where? Well, within walking distance of that site are some empty lots. There is an empty lot at Washtenaw and Observatory. There's something that's being used as a parking place across Washtenaw. There are alternative sites that don't require removing a relatively affordable student apartment building and putting in something that will be both disregarding the nature of the neighborhood and will not be more affordable. So not sustainable, not affordable, not a public benefit. Please think about these things. We're about to embark on a new comprehensive plan, and so shouldn't we take the slow step? Sorry, but I think that in the long run, the slow step, looking at a comprehensive plan, is a better idea. I urge you to consider factors beyond adding density. One planning commissioner, indicated that he did not see that this was a neighborhood worth preserving. It is, in fact, the very definition of a sustainable neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, a neighborhood worth preserving is exactly my concern here. My name is Eleanor Lynn. I live at 1321 Forest Court. It's an oak-shaded, dead-end street of 12 R4C houses with a pedestrian pass-through from Forest Avenue to the back of the First Presbyterian Church on Washtenaw. It's a lovely, calm place to live, located 2 parcels north of the proposed PUD. In other words, it lies between the parcel in question and the more densely developed buildings on South University. This project is out of scale with its surroundings, far taller and denser than its zoning permits. It makes a farce out of our city's zoning regulations, and recent attempts to steer high-density buildings into the D1 zone and along transit corridors. Small residential buildings are now at risk to be overpowered by these behemoths. Out-of-scale buildings block our air and light. They reflect the sun's heat in the summertime, weaken and kill native plants, and cause destructive wind shears. Shortly after the 19-story landmark was built north of Forest Court, at least 3 heritage trees died from the stress. Several birds and small mammals left the area, and a young man was nearly killed by a wind shear that hit the bay window of his house as he sat in his living room. The Planning Department does not recommend this project. The Planning Commission was divided in its opinion. On the first reading, you were mostly silent. Now I appeal to you, the final arbiters of this decision. Do not permit such a large building to go up at this location.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Beers. I'm the Vice President of the Beta Eta House Court Board. We own and operate the sorority house, Alpha Delta Pi, at 722 South Forest, which is across the street from the proposed development. Thank you for the opportunity to share our organization's disappointment with the proposed development at 721 South Forest. Our organization has owned this home since 1933, and we feel it adds to the historic nature of the surrounding area and the nearby historic district. We strive to maintain the home's charm and character while keeping up with today's requirements of college students, like Wi-Fi that's super fast, right? And interestingly enough, I think we feel, honored to be near a home that was actually honored tonight. Because we feel very proud of our home and the architecture of it. We're definitely sympathetic to the issues the proposed development would help to resolve in Ann Arbor, including a housing crisis. We see it with our members, who look to move out of our home and live somewhere else in the city. And it's hard to find that, and there's a lot of tension to, secure something early. We know we're a prime location, that area. We're close, obviously, to campus and many amenities along South University. And we agree that something needs to be done for the students as well as other residents in the city of Ann Arbor. But we do have several concerns. The large footprint of the building and its height will infringe upon the neighboring homes and apartments. Yes, it's only a few buildings away from the taller structures on South U, but it will tower over the properties directly north, south, east, and west, including our home. We're concerned about the impact of traffic flow and parking in the area. We're worried about the impact to the trees and the green space in the area, as others have said. We're concerned about the aesthetic of the building as it sits less than a block from the historic district, like I mentioned, and, and across from our home that we feel is charming and old and carries its own proud history. We're concerned about how this development will impact future development on the block. It's, I think others have said this, it seems like it could be the first of many in our area or, around Ann Arbor. And we know there's something actually in the works right behind us on Church Street, another high-rise apartment building for residents. We realize that this resolution for the proposed development will likely pass for many reasons. In the City Planning Commission meetings, we heard there's a strong desire to move forward from many members, as well as many citizens, again, to solve a housing crisis in Ann Arbor. And we heard that we need to start somewhere. So we ask that you consider our disappointment in this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindell Juergens. I'm also from Alpha Delta Pi sorority that owns the house at 722 South Forest. We have sent you a letter along with, we also sent the same letter to the staff concerning our opposition to this project. Your staff advised against this building because there was a lack of a proper step down for the building. The residents of the area voiced their opposition to the building. Property owners came before the Planning Commission and said they were opposed to this building. The building will have a significant effect on the other properties in the area, and the property owners of these buildings are looking at the financial impact of that and of the environmental changes brought on by this building. In particular, we expect to have to pay to change our landscaping and our HVAC systems. There are other commercial areas close to campus where a building of this size could be, and one of the speakers already spoke about that. There is not a need to build an apartment building of this size in the middle of the residential area of small apartments and 2- and 3-story houses. I close with this question. If the staff has advised against this building, the residents and the property owners in the area are not in favor of it, who will council be representing if they vote to approve the building?
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chad Brummett. I am the owner of one of Ann Arbor's most historic homes, and I've written my council members multiple times about this issue, expressing my concern with this PUD. I won't repeat all the important points other than to say it concerns me that city staff, planning staff, had a thoughtful reply to this PUD to say this is not justified. Simply pointing to a housing crisis and say we need more housing, and this housing really being intentionally for students, wealthy students, right? The small buy-in to the affordable housing, we would be happy to see a more appropriately sized, truly stepped down, appropriately zoned building that was newer, LEED certified, that did all of the environmental things that you're interested in, and also included affordable housing. I would enthusiastically support such a building. Simply saying we need more housing for students isn't going to solve our housing crisis. Does this mean we can just put houses anywhere? I mean, put tall apartment buildings anywhere? Right? As an owner, I am not savvy to zoning, right? That's why we have staff in the city who do this. However, as an owner of a house, I do think that it's important for me to be able to think that the zoning that has been put out by the city as part of a master plan will be followed in cases like this. And I've been on all the meetings, and it was very quiet in the last meeting. I did not hear anything except for, we need more housing for students. And I know at least one of our council members came in tonight with a vote fixed. His mind was fixed walking into tonight. I heard this, and that concerns me. We're here for public comment. Really important and thoughtful public comments have been made in opposition to this. And I strongly urge you to think about the fact that once this building goes up, it cannot easily come down. Right? It's going to be there forever. It's going to shade homes. It's going to change a whole neighborhood. And where does it stop? And why are we ignoring all of the empty lots? There are many empty and open lots. We're ignoring them because we don't have a developer from another city and paid consultants advocating for one of those buildings. Those lots aren't being proposed for development, and we have buildings being finished. I've walked that neighborhood today, as I do most days, and I look at this and it doesn't fit. It's not a step down. The area, the land is not being underutilized. And this won't really fill a need by itself. We need to be more thoughtful about how we use all of the space and how we think about putting appropriately sized buildings, including high-rise apartments, in the places where they fit, not simply shoving them into the neighborhoods in the name of a housing crisis. I really encourage you to think this through. This is a big decision. Once it goes up, it doesn't come down. And there are many more behind it. We know that Church Street will be here soon, and I'm really concerned that we're just paving the way for developers to come in and do this without thought.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in House who would like to speak at this public hearing? Is there anyone online who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Adam Juskevich, do you have a comment?
Hi, this is Adam Juskevich calling from the 4th Ward. It's too late for slow steps. We are in a housing crisis. We are in a climate crisis. As I said about this proposal at Planning Commission, I'm confused why staff is recommending denial. It is appropriate for the surrounding area and has a number of benefits for our city. This building would be within a couple blocks of several other buildings of comparable height and density in an area dominated by student housing and student bars and clubs. It's a block from Rick's. We are in a housing crisis with a high demand for housing and not enough supply. This would add a significant number of units to our local housing supply. That in itself is a benefit to our city. We are also in a climate crisis, and again, this development ticks a number of boxes. There have been a number of discussions around encouraging electrification or even banning natural gas. While this development is fully electric, we are installing solar panels so that some of the energy needs will be generated on site. They are increasing the efficiency of the envelope with extra insulation to eliminate thermal bridging. All of these are great and seem to be above and beyond what we require in the building code. Another benefit. This location is easily walkable to campus and to local businesses that are frequented by students. It's right in the thick of things in terms of student living, so residents will likely not need to drive much. This is great because we are trying to cut vehicle miles traveled in half. This benefits our Vision Zero goals as well as our A20 goals. Furthermore, this building would pay $4.7 million into our affordable housing fund, which Jennifer Hall and the Housing Commission can leverage into more wonderful developments like 121 Catherine, the old wide lot at 5th and William, and other projects coming down the pike. These benefits to the city seem substantial to me, hence my confusion. This seems to check all of the boxes. Please approve this rezoning and the site plan tonight. And echoing the thoughts of Mr. Trudeau, please tear down the barriers that make this kind of development difficult so we can meet the demand for housing in Ann Arbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Hughes, do you have a comment?
Hi. Yeah, this building, so what a community requires is community members. That's how you make a community. That's what a community is made of. And we have an option to either allow people to be, we have an option to either welcome people into our community or to keep people out of our community. We could say, hey, this is just the way we like it. I don't want it to change. But then it'll change anyway because the price of housing will go higher and higher as the more exclusive we get. It'll change, the community will change anyway because the impact of all the people who have to live outside of town and drive in will be felt by us as we have to make more and more parking lots for the people who have to drive in from outside. So I think it's very important that we allow new housing developments, allow new neighbors, allow new community members. And this is a great opportunity to do all of that. You know, even if it didn't have all of these specific environmental things that they're doing, such as full electrification and the thermal insulation, it would still be a boon for our community, and it would still be a net gain for environmentalism because it would allow more people to live car-free and to walk to school and walk to work. and walk to the things that they want to do. And I think there are plenty of people that if you give them that chance, that's the exact opportunity that they want. So we should be in the business of giving people that opportunity. This is a great project because it will also give money to the Affordable Housing Fund. So not only will the people who move into this building have an opportunity to live here, but we'll have more opportunities for people to live downtown in a subsidized apartment later on. So this is all positives, no negatives, I think that they're already offering us
30 seconds.
a lot of stuff here, and this is a great deal. We should take it. And we should also make it possible to build more buildings like this in the future, because a community with a lot of community members is the kind of community we want. A community member with few cars is the kind of community that we want. And so we should make that easy to build rather than illegal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Goodman, do you have a comment?
Yes, hi, Adam Goodman speaking to you from the 5th Ward. You've heard this from other people, but I'm going to say it again. The city of Ann Arbor is facing a housing affordability crisis. This means that we need more housing at all income levels, both market rate and subsidized. And this project that is in front of you tonight would do a significant amount to address both of those needs. It would directly provide a significant number of units of market rate student housing in a location that, frankly, I can't imagine a better one for high-rise student housing. It's 2 blocks from campus. It's a block from Rick's. You know, where else are we going to do something like this, right? But also, as part of this project, there will be a contribution of, I believe the number was something like $4.7 million, the Affordable Housing Fund. This is badly needed. A couple of years ago, residents of Ann Arbor passed a millage to raise money to pursue a lot of very ambitious affordable housing construction projects. That millage is actually was never going to be enough to meet our ambitions. And this has gotten worse because of inflation, supply chain issues, and various other problems. Construction costs for affordable housing have skyrocketed. I have seen, and I'm sure you have seen, many discussions, presentations, and memos from city staff speaking to this exact issue. The city needs a lot more money in the Affordable Housing Fund to achieve the goals that you have set out for it. And I'm not going to claim that this one project will solve all of that, but let me put it in perspective for you. $4.7 million is more than 70% of the money raised from the entire city for the Affordable Housing Fund millage in a year. This would get most of the way towards doubling the amount of revenue we would get for the Affordable Housing Fund in a year. And by increasing the tax base, it would provide a permanent increase to the money raised by that millage and every other millage. So
30 seconds.
I'm similarly perplexed to my friend Adam Juskevich about why there is even any question about what the right answer is here. I encourage you all to vote yes on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 205, do you have a comment?
Howdy, this is Joe Swalvey. I'm calling from Holland, Michigan. I just wanted to say that $4.7 million is a heck of a lot of money for affordable housing. And the idea that someone can say that a building is going to somehow block out the sun, or my favorite one so far tonight was remove the air somehow. I don't know how that works scientifically, but I just think that the idea that someone can say remove the air and then just get to completely ignore both the housing crisis and the impact on the environment that comes from sprawl. Because here's the thing about people. If you don't build homes for them where they want to live, they still got to live somewhere. And if they can't live where their jobs are, they spread out. And the ways that we get from one place to another, specifically in Michigan, are inadequately environmentally friendly. So I think that it's kind of just absolutely absurd for folks to be making stuff up and then trying to say that we should just like flush down $4.7 million that could go for affordable housing down the drain on top of the housing that's super needed. And I honestly don't see very much difference between that type of dismissive ideology about stuff that fundamentally comes down to caring about your neighbors, and a lot of the stuff that I'm seeing here in Ottawa County. Same wine, different label. I don't see the difference. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 253, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I actually had my hand raised during the PH3 item and had kept it raised, and so defer to when you think it would be appropriate, and I'm happy to wait to be able to provide comment on that until after everything is wrapped up.
What I hear you saying is that you're indicating that I improperly, without censure, called PH3 closed, and that you're requesting it be reopened for the single purpose of your comment. Say yes.
Yes.
Is that right, ma'am?
Yes, I'm sorry.
All right, no, that's cool. Any objection? A brief resumption of PH3. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. My name is Alyssa Miller. I'm with the Pet Advocacy Network, and on behalf of the responsible pet care community, we are asking that you vote no on this proposed ordinance and work with the entirety of the stakeholders to create a humane ordinance that would benefit the community at large. All of us in the responsible pet care community are dedicated to ensuring that the appropriate care of animals is the primary focus of any law or regulation. At the Pet Advocacy Network, we regularly work with all levels of government to make sure that any law or regulation that is put in place has the interest of animals and responsible and healthy animal-human companionship at heart. We would welcome the opportunity to work with the city in raising the bar to ensure proper animal sourcing that would protect dogs, cats, ferrets, rabbits, long-lived birds, and large reptiles. And a common sense solution would be to require that animals only come from appropriate licensed breeders while working with the existing Ann Arbor pet store community. It's been mentioned both in the press and here tonight that there are no statutory regulations that govern pet stores, and concerned about these claims, I actually reached out to the program manager at the state level for all shelter and breeding programs to inform me that pet stores indeed do have state statutory requirements, and depending on what animals and species they sell or adopt, they may also have federal and local animal ordinance requirements. So luckily, the federal government and the state of Michigan have taken steps to protect and ensure the safety of animals by enacting several layers of regulation and law. While well-intentioned, retail pet sale bans will not stop the bad breeders who are unregulated, unlicensed, and not held accountable. We agree that these bad actors who mistreat and neglect animals must and should be put out of business. But unfortunately, wide-scale prohibitions like the ones proposed here are not the answer, and we have seen them have the opposite effect, oftentimes creating an unregulated black market for pets, including, again, dogs, cats, and the animals that are included in this ordinance. In
30
California,
seconds.
when they enacted a statewide ban that saw an uptick in sick animals that had been purchased online, and there was no way to provide any recourse for the animal or the owner who was seeking the best care for it. Again, we hope and we would love to be able to work with the city to create an ordinance that would benefit everyone, including the animals, and protect animals while also protecting pet choice and allowing the residents of Ann Arbor to be able to choose the pet that best fits them, their current situation, and their family. Thank you again so much. I truly appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. Public hearing number 3 is double closed. Resuming public hearing number 4 online. Ms. Boudry.
Caller with the phone number ending in 030. Press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Lisa Jevons. I live at 1312 Cambridge Road, Ann Arbor. I would like to echo the others who spoke about denying 721 South Forest PUD. It seems like our zoning laws mean next to nothing now, with all these exceptions for high rises in neighborhoods where they do not belong. As others have said, this building was denied by staff for a number of good reasons. I want you all to think about the dangerous precedents that you are setting by approving these PUD high rises south of South University. I live half a block from a number of student rental houses on South Forest, a few blocks south of the 721 South Forest site in North Burns Park. And I wonder all the time, what if a developer purchased those rental houses on South Forest and applied for a PUD to build a high-rise there, just like what just happened on Church Street? My beautiful 1910 half-timbered house, which easily could have been featured in the historic preservation presentation earlier, has been lovingly maintained at great expense to us over the years. Next door to a high-rise, it would become worthless. So would our quality of life. If my South Forest nightmare comes true, more high-rises will probably follow, destroying a long-standing historic neighborhood through the misguided notion that the city is somehow contractually responsible for creating housing for University of Michigan students. It is not. I want each of every one of you to think about what you would do if this happened on your block or around the corner from your home. The way that this council prioritizes developers over neighborhoods shows a dismaying lack of respect and short-sightedness. Ann Arbor already has plenty of high-rise zones. That is where they should be building high-rises. It is simply unfair and wrong to grant these exceptions for these luxury private dormitories that the city seems so obsessed with. They have not solved our housing problems over the last 15 years, and they won't do so now. The more you approve these high-rise PUDs, the more you will embolden developers to propose them in the first place where they do not belong. I am begging you, please don't open the door to this trend cascading down South Forest. That
30
is what
seconds.
my family would call a housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 574, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Nishant Ketterpal. Thank you for taking the time to hear my comments today. I live in Ward 5 on Liberty Street. I am in huge support of this project. It is already a bunch of student apartments. Instead of being old and including a lot of parking, they will be modern, environmentally friendly, electrified, contribute to the Affordable Housing Fund. And they will house more students than they do right now. Some of those people might not be students, but given the neighborhood, like others have said, it's a no-brainer that this should house as many students as possible on this parcel. My own personal experience is informed by growing up in the city, having siblings who went to the university for undergrad, and now myself attending as a grad student. And it's hard to find housing, and in particular, there are students, particularly undergrad students, folks from, say, out of state with more family resources, who can afford to live in, more expensive, newer buildings. By building modern, high-rise student housing with attractive amenities that keeps lower-priced housing in the rest of the neighborhood, older buildings, et cetera, available. And so we should be building as much of this as big as possible with as few vehicle parking spots as we can. And, you know, as others said, it would be crazy to turn down almost $5 million. So, yeah, and I'm in strong support of this PUD, and I urge the council to make systematic changes to the Uniform Development Code such that these things don't need to get hauled in front of council and the planning committee, especially when we're doing good work on by right rezoning in other corridors of the city with the TC1. We should look at the downtown zoning and other categories to make these sorts of approvals by right, in particular in the neighborhoods that already have a lot of high-rises oriented towards students, for example, like the Southview Forest Corridor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 345, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Hi, yes, this is Kitty Khan. I live in Ward 5. I wasn't going to call in, but I really felt like I must because of some of the things I heard. First of all, I would like to thank the many people who came out in person and called in to oppose this project. They made such good points, and I really hope you take those good points into consideration and carefully consider your votes on this project. I would like to remind you that both the city's planning staff and the Office of Sustainability are opposed to this project. They are the city's experts. I would like to hear an explanation of why you think they don't know what they're talking about, because it seems like that is what you're saying if you approve this project. Why aren't you listening to the experts? Why do you bother to have planning staff and sustainability staff if you're not going to listen to them? I hope to hear a lot of careful discussion tonight, and I would like answers to my questions about why you aren't listening to our city's experts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Luis Vasquez, do you have a comment?
Yes, greetings, Ann Arbor City Council and Mr. Mayor. I also would like to speak in strong support for this project at 721 South Forest. I'm not gonna reiterate what many of the other supportive speakers have said, except to say that once again, this whole thing points out the need for zoning reform in the city of Ann Arbor to make projects like this practically be by right. I speak also just from, a personal standpoint. I have a property in Upper Lower Town where, gosh, I would love to build a fourplex on that property, but the zoning of the city will not allow for that. So, yeah, the sooner we can get to that, reforming the zoning in our town, the sooner the better. I don't think we can afford to wait much longer for projects such as what you see before you on this. So once again, please support 721 South Forest. Thanks.
Thank you.
Alex Lowe, do you have a comment?
Hi, this is Alex Lowe calling in from Southeast Ann Arbor. To be honest with you guys, I'm not actually a big fan of this PUD. 98 vehicle parking spaces, it seems excessive, and providing more subsidized parking is really quite contrary to the city's climate and sustainability goals. 650% maximum floor area ratio, that is a pittance. We should be seeing 3,000 to 5,000% max FAR. And only 12 stories? Come on, is that all? This area needs more buildings like the nearby University Towers, which is 18 stories tall. Or perhaps this should be the site of Ann Arbor's very next Tower Plaza. I could go on, but I think this indicates my displeasure with this PUD. But when I studied engineering, one of the most important things I learned about was trade-offs. And in this particular case, I think that the only thing that could be worse than approving this PUD would be not approving it. I agree with many others who've said that PUDs are bad workarounds to the current zoning. In my professional field of software development, this is called a code smell. This PUD is an indicator not just of problems at this site, but that our zoning as a whole is bad and needs fixing, and we need to be doing that. But we cannot afford the steep cost of waiting until a new comprehensive plan before allowing this PUD through. We need to keep moving forward with what we have while we're working on what will come next. We're in a housing crisis, and the less housing we allow as a city, the more we as a city are choosing to take housing away from people. Perhaps those who've spoken out tonight in opposition to this PUD would be willing to chip in to replace the $4.7 million of money that denial of this PUD would deny to our affordable housing fund. Or maybe they'd be willing to open their own houses to replace the 631 additional bedrooms that would be lost if we don't approve this PUD. So please approve this PUD now and improve the comprehensive plan so that these sorts of developments can be by right in future. The PUDs will continue until the zoning improves. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 194, do you have a comment?
Hello, this is Rita Mitchell calling. I am speaking for myself, and I am a member of the Ann Arbor Environmental Commission. And I'm speaking in support of the neighborhood and the South Forest development. My concern has to do with the need, as just mentioned, for improvements in the comprehensive plan. And now is the time to do it. I'm really surprised that this project got as far as it has without seriously consulting the neighbors and without seriously listening to the professional staff that have evaluated it. So I'm just calling to support a vote against this tonight. And believe me, I am in full support of taking action that will support our addressing the climate emergency that we have. But we really need to do it in a considered way. And let's do that. Let's take the time and have a good conversation about it that we can all support in the future instead of a very slapdash approach to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any additional callers on the line for this hearing.
Is it okay? Sorry. Can I? Really quickly? Can I?
Have you spoken at this public
I
hearing?
have not.
By all means.
Okay, sorry.
That's all right. You need not have signed up in advance.
Let me preface this by saying that my comments feel a little bit like the ending scene of Titanic, where the musicians are just playing on even though they know the outcome. And I say this with all due respect. Someone said recently that the goal is to make Ann Arbor the Austin of the Midwest, and I just was in Austin for South by Southwest, and I went with a bunch of people who had badges, and I did not have a badge, and I was just experiencing the velvet rope and how unforgiving it is. And I just want to acknowledge for a moment all of the nuts and bolts, human mycelium, that keep this city, this machine in motion, all the DJs and drag queens, all of the buskers, all of the creatives and artists who make those murals, who get paid just a fleeting little bit to parade, and then they're left to figure out what to do with the rotting teeth in their mouth. I just want to acknowledge all of the people who keep this city in motion, like myself, and how we are being pressed to stay on I thought I outgrew welfare. I'm currently on food stamps. I'm on Obamacare. There's the series of steps that I've taken in this city have led me into this position, and I'm just worried that if we keep making apartments without having caps on them, or without having, like, what's $4.7 million if, like, the going rate of an apartment is, like, let's say 500,000 or whatever. You're basically saying 10 units. So to me, it seems to me saying 200 of those 600 units, it seems to me a better way of going about this is saying every single new PUD that gets built, if the goal is not to gentrify all the people who make it unique out of the place, and you don't want people to have to take the bus. My friend Brian Buckner has to take a bus from Ypsilanti to Ann Arbor, then shift and take a bus from Ann Arbor to Detroit to be the musical director at the Detroit Public Theater. Everyone just, wow, Brian Buckner, I took over Summerfest. Everyone's like, wow, pedal sandcastles, but people forget that we're actively the ones slipping between the cracks, and we have no choice but to keep standing on the front line because our chromosomes are built that way. And I think that having radical devotion to neutral third spaces and radical devotion to giving a UBI, a guaranteed ground floor for the cultural ambassadors and civic flitters who are the social lubrication, literally being the thing that allows the friction points to be less painful for all of us. We're all feeling the throbbing ache of this university. I get it. I went here. I went to this university. I love Ann Arbor. I don't want to constantly be, I love this city. I love this city, and I want more trans people and more black people and more queers and more divergent people and more people who do not chase money as their ultimate motivation for being alive, but are very valid and very compelling and very delicious and are very good at chess and would be gorgeous in the downtown milieu on a regular basis. And the more housing we can make free or barter, like give 10 hours of community yoga, and we have a house, whatever it is to get more local creatives to stay downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 736, do you have a comment?
Yes, my name is Trisha Duckworth, and I am listening to comments like we want to keep the integrity of our communities and affordable housing, and, I want to caution people that when they're using these talking points to really think about what that means in the life of a low-income person. There was a low-income structure that went up recently in your area that they were asking for income between $38,000 and $50,000. And so I ask you, like, when you say affordable housing, affordable for who? I think sometimes when we come up with these bright ideals, we come to them with the mind of being privileged and being able to access these things and being able to afford these things without barriers. It's whatever you do in this decision, because always your minds are made up when you come to the table. Not always, but sometimes, right? Most times. But whatever you do in this situation, I caution you to think about the least of these. The kind that live east of your borders, that can't afford to live there, but can come build up your economy like we're the help. We can't live in Ann Arbor, but we can work in Ann Arbor. We can serve in Ann Arbor. And that just doesn't seem to be on the right side of history. So I would ask you that when you're thinking about putting these developments in place, if you're going to say affordable housing, make it affordable housing. Make it accessible to all people, people that look like me, people that are low income, people that are struggling. Those are the folks that need to be uplifted in this hour, not those that we continue to uplift. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't have any other callers on Zoom for this hearing.
Seeing no one, public hearing number 4 is closed. Let us take a short break. It's, what time is it exactly? 9:53. We will resume at 10:03. We are back after a short break. Public hearing number 5, resolution to approve 721 South Forest PUD site plan and development agreement. Is there anyone in-house who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Yeah, it's a new public hearing.
Site plan related.
Yes, site plan related. So this is related to the site plan of this building. Hi, Scott Trudeau again. This building that has 733 bedrooms in it. Some previous public commenters asked some good questions like who do you all represent? Who is this building for? Who is the city for? And yes, the 733 bedrooms in this building would probably be mostly occupied by wealthy students that are attending the University of Michigan. And so if you say no to this development, you're saying no to those 733 homes. Where will those 733 wealthy students go? As our friend Ottawa County Joe pointed out, people have to live somewhere. And if you don't build the housing that they want to live in where they want to live, they'll live somewhere else. Are those 733 students going to decide, never mind, University of Michigan is one of the best schools in the country. Maybe it was really hard to get into, but they didn't build this apartment building, so I'm not going to come here. Of course not. They're going to find the next best option. And then where do the people who would otherwise be living in those apartments go? And so on. So by saying no to this, we're excluding 733 people from our community that would want to live here. That's just the reality of how the musical chairs of the market goes. And we are also saying no to millions of dollars of affordable housing funding. Now, and as Adam Goodman pointed out, that is not only the $5 million, but also the tax money over time that will support all kinds of things. What hasn't been pointed out is that money is always leveraged with other grants and funding sources. So every dollar we bring in that's unconditional like this into our fund, we can leverage multiple times over again. So it's not $5 million, it's $25 million or more that can be put to good use in all of the ambitious projects that we have lined up. So we'd be saying no to those people. And we'll be saying no to the people who come here looking for housing, and because 730 students just came looking for somewhere to live, are taking the place that they might have otherwise taken. Sorry, there's no room for you here. And so yeah, we've spent 100 years finding reasons to say no. Everyone can enthusiastically support an imaginary building that can't actually be built. 100% affordable, 100% green, passive house, perfect, and 2 stories tall for thousands of people. Like it can't happen. And if we demand things that can't happen, we get nothing. And if we get nothing, we know what the outcome is. What was the other thing? Yeah. So lastly, I'll just say that somebody asked, what about if it was next to my home? I live in a very similar neighborhood. I live in a 1984 house, and I say, yes, please build a high-rise in my neighborhood. I'm sure many student renters who live here would love it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in-house who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Since this wasn't really about the previous comments weren't really about the actual plan, but again, just reiterating some of the previous comments, I understand the housing crisis, and I completely agree we need more housing, but it's the where. And are you going to just ignore planning and staff and the people we pay as a city who have thought through the city's plan and have evaluated this and recommended against? Are you going to ignore those people who we as a city pay to evaluate things like this and simply just approve this, and as they said, approve the many more like it they have planned? You are talking about a domino effect that when this goes up, you might as well just go ahead and just roll out the red carpet for developers, as opposed to asking them to do what's right, which is to go and buy the properties that are in the locations that are already zoned for a building like this that would address the housing crisis, to acknowledge that as I walked through that neighborhood today, there are already buildings being built in that neighborhood that will help address the housing crisis. It's not about whether or not we need it. It's just the question of, can we just go up and build these anywhere? Could we go down to Burns Park and just put one vertical because we have some space there? Could we go over to the Old West Side and just put a 12-story building right there? I just think there's a lot of questions about where we put our buildings. And I agree, it's a student neighborhood, but it's a student neighborhood mixed with single family. It's part of the unique character of Ann Arbor. And the question is, do you want to fundamentally change that? Do you want to change the university and the city's unique relationship? I employ a lot of students. I'm a university faculty. I love our students. I care about our students. However, the idea that we should just willy-nilly put buildings anywhere because we need more housing for students, and the idea that a single housing unit is going to somehow solve all of the trickle-down effect is just false. I do think you could build a building that would be tall, maybe even slightly taller than the one that's there, but a true step down, and truly incorporate affordable housing. My father spent his career in tax-accredited affordable housing. I understand this space better than most outside of that space, and I can say with great certainty, if we did that, that would be a positive, and I would be very supportive of it. I just think this is just a veiled comment that is intended to make profit for a Texas-based developer, and also help students, and it's only students. And this gentleman's very kind. I yield.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the House who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
So I don't have prepared comments. Ellen Ramsberg again, 1503 Cambridge. One thought is, could you please give proof that expensive high-rise student housing adds to the affordable housing that we have in Ann Arbor? Does this really help our problem? Does it really help the sustainability problem? This particular development proposes all electric, but all of their electric is coming from the DTE coal burning plant on the coast of Lake Erie or south of Detroit. So are we really, is this just a way for a developer to make money by saying that he is addressing the housing crisis, that he is addressing the sustainability, the goals of the city to get to A20? Or is he just looking at the market that is most productive and most, will give him the most money? And is that contribution to the housing fund, can you weigh that against actually building affordable units into a building? I don't think I think the $4.7 million is just a drop in the bucket to what he could do if we asked him to do a better project. If we demanded that he do a better project. He clearly wants to build. Let's get the best we can get.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the House who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Is there anyone online who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Alex Lowe, do you have a comment?
Hi, this is Alex Lowe, once again calling in from South-Southeast East Ann Arbor. Like I said in the previous public hearing, I'm not a big fan of this PUD, and my primary reason is the site plan. So, for a moment, let me complain about what I don't like about this site plan. It's under 1,000 bedrooms. That's woefully insufficient. It's 6 floors shorter than the nearby University Tower. It is less than a 10x FAR. There is too much parking for cars, and there's not enough parking for bikes. But you know what's actually worse than this bad site plan? The lies that people have been telling here in opposition to it. Especially since the very resolution we are discussing just makes the lies incredibly obvious. Oh, the site is going to be 100% powered by DTE, they say. The site plan literally includes 100 kilowatts of solar panels. My 1,000 square foot house, which is a much less energy efficient type of building than this will be, needs 4 kilowatts of solar panels to fully make up for my energy consumption. So this will be covering at least 25 units, probably far more, just with the solar from that. Oh, we're putting it up willy-nilly. What are you talking about? We've gone through process after process after process, discussing this every step of the way. So come on, if you're opposed to this, fine, but be opposed to it for good reasons. Don't lie, please, people. You don't have to sink to that level. Let's talk about reality, not fantasy. And while we're talking about reality, let's talk about the fact that we need to fix the overall zoning and the comprehensive plan, because the PUDs will continue until the zoning improves.
Time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, I found that last commenter really offensive. To say that people have come here and lied at this hearing is not the way we carry out a democratic conversation.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't have any other callers on the line.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. We have before us the regular session meeting minutes of June 5, 2023. May I have a motion please to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Ackman, seconded by Councilmember Cornell. Discussion of the minutes. All in favor? Opposed? Minutes are approved. B1, an ordinance to amend Section 10-176 of Chapter 127, Bicyclists of Title 3, impounding of Title 10, Traffic of the City of the Ann Arbor City Code. Moved by Councilmember Cornell, second by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion, please, of B1. Councilmember Ackman.
I talked about this last time, but I'll just say briefly again, that currently the police department sells off impounded bikes, which usually wind up in a land far, far away, also known as New York, where they're sold in lots for not very much at all. So this ordinance is a change that will allow us to donate the bikes to a nonprofit where they can be repaired and put into use by those who live in our community and need a bike and can't afford one. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. B2, ordinance to repeal Section 5252 of Chapter 105 Housing Code of Title 8 Building Regulations of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Radina, second by Councilmember Guzzi Edwin. Discussion, please, of B2. All in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote. Do you want a roll call vote, Councilmember? The vote is passed with 8 council members present, with 9 council members present, 8 council members voting in favor, Councilmember Adina voting in opposition. B3, an ordinance to add Section 9.2, human pet acquisition to Title 7 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Ackman, second by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion, please, of B3. Councilmember Dish.
I'd like to be added, and I'd like to recognize that I don't think you meant human pet acquisition.
They are our little babies, but perhaps not so babies. Yes, I think I meant humane pet acquisition. Thank you. Councilor Ackman.
Thank you. I just wanted to recognize that since the first reading, we've heard from literally dozens of Ann Arbor residents who are virtually unanimous in their support of this change. In fact, I don't think I've gotten as many emails about another single issue in my 6 months in this position. Residents are making it clear that they don't want their animals sourced from mills. They don't want them subjected to inhumane conditions. This is progressive policy that moves us away from supporting that. I think it's pretty telling that virtually all of the opposition came from outside of our community, from special interest groups who made inaccurate claims about this, as well as what's going on in our community, which again is that currently there are no pet stores selling these pets today. You'll still be able to buy pets directly from breeders where you can see the conditions. You'll still be able to adopt pets from pet stores. So I want to thank everybody for reaching out. I also want to thank the Humane Society. Emily, who brought this to my attention, has spoken so eloquently several times about this, as well as the Washtenaw County, who created the model language for the ordinance, and our Assistant City Attorney, Matthew Thomas. I think as was mentioned in some of the public comments, if we pass this tonight, we're joining a growing list of other municipalities that have similar bans, including in our state, Royal Oak and St. Clair Shores. So I hope that we can pass this tonight.
Further discussion of B3? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. B4, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, zoning, rezoning of 1.2 acres from R4C, multifamily residential, to PUD, Planned Unit Development District 721 South Forest, PUD zoning and supplemental regulations 721 South Forest. Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Ghazi Edwin. Discussion, please, of B4. Councilmember Dish.
This meeting has had so many amazing things in it. It's exactly why we all want to be on this body, is to do this kind of work. And so now I have to take us into the technical. So approval of this ordinance will rezone this property from R4C multifamily residential to planned unit development to permit a 166-foot tall structure containing 228 residential units and 733 bedrooms. The maximum height in the current district is 30 feet. The proposed structure exceeds that by 135 feet. Staff recommendation was no, and the vote on the Planning Commission was 6-4, 2 against. I would like to talk about the staff's main concern, which was not the density, so it's not the number of bedrooms that this thing would add, but the size of the structure, and I'm quoting, "The area surrounding the site is primarily multiple family and group housing with structures of various sizes and heights, but none approaching the scale of this project." It would prohibit any sort of transitional zoning or scale against the residential neighborhood to the south and east. Those comments mean or ask us to consider thoughtfully two things: the relationship of a building of this scale to its surrounding context, and whether the project provides sufficient public benefits to offset its scale. I'm going to speak very quickly about the public benefits. These are all in the supplemental regulations. It means they are part of the zoning and they must be provided. There are affordability elements. The PUD regulations require a minimum of 15% of the total units to be dedicated as affordable or a contribution in lieu of units, which is usually preferred by Jennifer Hall of the Ann Arbor Housing Commission. The petitioner then is required to pay $4.6 million, but has added to that a voluntary top-up of $98,000, which brings the total cash in lieu payment to $4.7 million, which can be leveraged up to as much to $25 to 1. In addition to the $98,000 top-up contribution, the project will make a voluntary contribution of $50,000 to the Ann Arbor Housing Development Corporation to use for sustainability upgrades to existing or proposed AAHDC properties located in the central area of the city. So the required $4.6 million will benefit the public, but should it count as a public benefit for purposes of justifying the zoning category for this project? And do we need other public benefits for that? There are other public benefits. I will go quickly until I get caught off through the sustainability benefits. The project offers a shelter-in-place community space for renters. Its generator is sized to heat common spaces. The site is located next door to an urban forest fragment. The developer has done a shade study and stepped back their stories to protect it. They will also propose a 15-foot green buffer zone along the northern property line.
Councilmember?
Yep. So as not to affect the roots of those trees. I will come back.
It has been, I have been reminded that we have some staff waiting to provide answers to questions provided at a given time. And so staff introduction, Mr. Fournier.
Yes, Jennifer Hall from the Housing Commission should be joining us virtually, and Hank Kelly is also available.
Staff introduction. There were some questions received by staff from council members in between. Too late for them to be provided in writing, and so they're being provided here.
I think staff will repeat it.
Staff will repeat it.
Yeah.
Mayor, staff is available on Zoom.
Super.
Go ahead, Jennifer or Hank, please proceed.
I couldn't hear the question because we're transitioning.
The question is as was provided in staff introductions.
Okay. Councilmember Dish is correct in that I did an analysis about, I actually don't remember when, 5, 6, 7 years ago, to look at how much a dollar that was committed to the Affordable Housing Fund, how much it leveraged in additional funds based on actual projects that utilize those funds. And the amount was $25 were leveraged for every dollar that was contributed to that fund, which has primarily been from developers, but also the city has historically put general funds into the Affordable Housing Fund. We haven't had much contributed in the last few years, so I would suspect that if I did a new analysis with new funding coming in, that dollar leverage would be less than 1 to 25, just because of the increased housing cost. But I feel pretty confident based on other projects that I'm working on that it would leverage anywhere from $5 to $10 for every dollar that's in that fund, because that's how you fund actual affordable housing projects where all of the units are affordable housing as you layer multiple funding sources on top of each other. Just as an example, we have 12 different funding sources for our Catherine Street project.
Thank you. I've got Councilmember Adina, then Ghazi Edwin on the queue.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. A month ago when this came up the first time, I spoke about my experience as a student living in University Towers on South University. In 2005, when I lived there, there were 39,533 total students enrolled at U of M. Last academic year, there were 51,225 total students enrolled at U of M. While the university must bear some responsibility for this problem, the reality remains that whether we like it or not, we do in fact need more housing. As we've heard multiple times tonight, this project, the proposed project, would bring 228 new units, 733 new bedrooms to the area. There are other considerable benefits, the 26 new EV charging stations, storage for nearly 200 bikes, including 2 e-bike charging stations, options for ground floor retail, LEED silver, which admittedly could be improved, as we've talked about before, but an all-electric building with no natural gas hookups, except to support a backup emergency generator, and $4.7 million to our affordable housing fund, which we just heard from Ms. Hall about how she is able to take that money and leverage it into significantly more units of affordable housing than what the developer could build in this project for the same amount of money. We heard tonight about concerns that high density, that with the growing student population, that high density housing could continue to impact nearby neighborhoods. But the reality is our housing crisis is already impacting our near campus neighborhoods. As I mentioned at the last meeting, when I was out on the campaign trail, specifically in this area, I heard from long-term residents about concerns with housing availability due to more and more houses being gobbled up by landlords to use for shorter-term student rentals, driving up housing costs and impacting long-term upkeep and quality of the structures. This problem exists exactly because we as a city, and yes, the university, have not kept up with the need for more student-focused housing near campus. For all of these reasons, I will be supporting rezoning tonight because this is exactly where, within a couple of blocks from campus, we need more student housing if we don't want more student housing proliferating out into nearby neighborhoods. Thank you.
Councilmember Ghazi Edwin.
Thank you. So, firstly, I want to note and I want to acknowledge that, our exclusionary and racist zoning laws have prevented us from building more dense housing in a variety of ways and have helped to bring us to where we are today. We also, as Councilmember Redina stated, must acknowledge that despite the many benefits that U of M provides our community, the university's exponential growth of staff, students, and others has significantly contributed to our housing crisis. We simply do not have enough housing supply to meet demand. This project is in alignment with our climate action goals. Our goal is to make housing more affordable in our city, to be a more welcoming and equitable community. And as Jennifer Hall stated, it will provide funds to build more affordable housing. And very importantly, it will provide an opportunity to create a more accessible, walkable, and bikeable neighborhood. The Brookings Institute found last year that removing zoning barriers and increasing housing density has positive effects on rent stabilization, especially in areas with constrained housing supply. This will help to fight our housing crisis. And the U.S. Energy Information Administration reports that carbon emissions in cities with higher density are less than in more remote suburbs. This is very, very helpful in regards to the climate crisis. We're at a critical point in our climate crisis fight. We're predicted to be a state that's going to have a mass number of climate refugees. We need to make choices to make more housing available, or it's going to impact all of us. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackman.
Thank you. A lot of what I wanted to say has been said, so I won't repeat some of those points, but I did want to acknowledge staff's thoughtful professional analysis and perspective on this PUD, while also acknowledging that it was very different from where Planning Commission landed. Like Councilmember Redina, I lived in this area of town when I first moved to Ann Arbor in 2003, so I'm very familiar with its area, its convenience as a location for students to live, as well as how it abuts against single-family homes. I guess I wanted, Councilmember Redina spoke about the growth in our enrollment in the time that he's lived here. I wanted to speak more recently to the amount of students that have been added in recent years. So 4,500 students and only 1,000 new on-campus student housing units have been built in recent years. Private development has added approximately 2,000 new units. So in other words, we are short of housing. Our rental vacancy rate is essentially zero. Rents continue to climb. U of M enrollment continues to grow at approximately 2% a year, or about 1,000 students. So this development would add 733 bedrooms. Student enrollment's growing by 1,000 a year. So I just want to put that in perspective. This isn't going to fill a need by itself, but it certainly is part of the solution. I think for this PUD, we're being asked, to consider how it would be advantageous to the city, and that's a value judgment. So here is mine. Housing fund, the amount is significant. I think we just heard about how those funds can be leveraged in a better way by giving the money to the Housing Commission rather than building units in this building. all electric, LEED Silver certified, thermal bridging to increase efficiency of the building envelope, and last but certainly not least, bringing desperately needed housing close to campus, other developments of its kind, amenities, and transportation lines. That's enough for me to say it's advantageous to the city. When I hear words like protect, character, preserve, maintain, infringe, financial impact, property owners, I am really concerned that they're indicative of values that prioritize keeping things like they are, rather than meeting this community's very real housing needs next to campus that continues to grow. So I'll be supporting this tonight.
Councilmember Briggs.
It's always interesting to listen to council members and hear how we're all interpreting it, which is, turns out tonight, somewhat similarly. So to add to more numbers, U of M has built just 2 dorms in the past 30 years, North Quad and Munger, and those added about 1,000 new beds. In the same time period, if my calculations are correct, they've added 15,000 more students. Now, we've talked about how much the private market has added as well in terms of new beds. Now, U of M is trying to rectify this decision to some degree, and they did this by deciding to build a new dorm near Elbel Field, and they're doing that by acquiring private property that's currently contributing to our tax base and taking it off the tax rolls. Obviously, it'll provide much-needed new housing, but it's also going to cause other difficulties for our city, and we as a policymaking body do need to take this into account. I understand the concerns of neighbors and also staff who are rightfully looking at our current but outdated plans. The consolidated land use element of the city's master plan was adopted over a decade ago, but this plan, and while it's been reviewed, it was built upon recommendations that came mostly about 30 years ago. The central area plan that informed that is a 1992 central area plan. The reality is our plans are very outdated, which is why we're going through a comprehensive update right now. But we are stuck at this moment of time where we have an outdated plan, significant housing scarcity, and we are presented with a project that helps to address this. Now, it's important, we have to identify as a body whether or not this truly has the community benefits that justifies a pretty large ask for our community. And so each of us is individually having to decide that. And that's difficult to do, especially in the face of recommendations from our staff. But looking at this myself, I'm looking at the 733 new bedrooms, primarily for U of M housing, which we know we need. The $4.7 million for affordable housing. It's not going to be built on site, but that will be leveraged to help folks in our community. It's going to be the first all-electric high-rise in the city. It is incorporating elements of passive house building, and it's going to increase the tax base by 30 times, which will help fund our general fund, which also funds basic services for our city. So these are the calculations that I need to make, recognizing that it's maybe not a perfect project, and there's maybe not a perfect answer here, but these are the issues that we're wrestling with as a community. So I'll be voting in favor of that.
Further discussion? Councilmember Gish.
It's always terrific to hear my colleagues deliberate. I was so rushing last time that I meant to say that it's been great to see so many different faces here tonight and to hear thoughtful contributions. And I do understand I sympathize and understand the objections of neighbors. I don't think that I think this is actually a hard decision. I think we're hearing thoughtful and good arguments for the positions that people are taking, but I think this is a hard decision. And so anything that anyone speaks from their heart and their care and the life that they've lived in Ann Arbor is not, it is a fair thing to say. I did want to give voice to, I voted for this on Planning Commission, and I will be voting for it tonight. I did want to give voice to some of the points that the sustainability staff raised. And this, I am excited to see a tall, all-electric building because I have heard from many people who work in the trades that that can't be done. And so it will be great if this building manages to do it, because it will be an example that we can point to on Planning Commission and Council and say, yes, it can be done if you had the right incentives to do it. And so I think that that's valuable. OSI has pointed out that this building may be Ann Arbor's first high-rise electric building, but it won't be one of the first nationally. It is harder. It is the Michigan state law makes it more difficult to build this kind of building here, so I think that we value this. The developer will also be purchasing renewable energy certificates, offsetting 100% of the building's energy consumption for 10 years.
Councilmember?
That's significant. So those are good reasons to say yes.
Further discussion? Councilmember Briggs.
Just briefly on the sustainability elements, I think it is important. I mean, I've taken to heart what Office of Sustainability and Innovation, the feedback that they've given us. I think that, they have advised that we should be asking developers to meet a higher standard. I have opted to look at holistically at the community, at the benefits being provided by this project, and decide that holistically this project is meeting that. But I do think that our needs are shifting, and our standards of what we need out of projects may be increasing, and folks should be aware of that.
Further discussion? I'm going to be voting in favor of the zoning tonight. In my view, we do have a housing crisis, and the status quo is not acceptable. And we have the status quo because we have a history. And I think it's important that we understand the challenges that we are facing, and that we take steps to address it. And we address our housing crisis by authorizing the building of more housing. Here, I believe it is obviously directly proximate to campus. I'm excited about the prospect of an all-electric building and some of the other sustainability elements that have been identified. I think it will it'll affect a change to proximate residents. It is the introduction of a new element, and I recognize that, and I recognize that that hits people where they live, and that is not that it is unwelcome. And there are and so that's acknowledged and honored as a trade-off. In the end, although that does exist, and that is, I think, those are valid feelings and conclusions. They do not, in my view, override the overall community benefit, with particularity the introduction of new beds, the sustainability benefits, and the mentioned affordable housing payment, which our Cracker Jack staff will be able to leverage to build more units in other areas of our community than would otherwise be available to build here. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. Skip. DB1, resolution to approve 721 South Forest PUD site plan and development agreement, 721 South Forest. Moved by Councilmember Ghazi Edwin, second by Councilmember Adina. Discussion, please, of DB1. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. C1, an ordinance to amend the zoning map being a part of Section 5.10.2 of Chapter 55 of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, zoning of 6.4 acres from C1 AR with conditions, Campus Business Residential District, to C1 AR with conditions as amended, Campus Business Residential District, 1140 Broadway, Beekman on Broadway rezoning. Moved by Councilmember Dish, second by Councilmember Ackman. Discussion, please, of C1. Councilmember Dish.
So here we are asked to amend a conditional rezoning by removing a condition that requires the developer to build an 80-unit condo homeowner project. And the developer would like instead to build an infill project that will create 196 units of rental housing. The site, located on Broadway across from the parking structures on Wall Street, is within a stone's throw of a major employer, the Hospital. It's in walking distance of shopping, entertainment, and central campus. This proposal accords with the city's desire to see density in proximity to services. It also accords with the current policy on parking, which no longer requires parking minimums. The developer will not be adding parking to accommodate these additional units. And in fact, at our Planning Commission meeting, he told us that in the 2 years that they have been operating rental units at 1200 Broadway, they have learned that there is an actual parking demand of 0.6 spaces per dwelling unit. So if we wanted a natural experiment to help us think about the consequences of getting rid of mandatory parking minimums and to think about if we want to enact parking caps, we have a beautiful natural experiment here that shows us what happens when you have housing in proximity of jobs and services. I don't think that we need to discuss this at length given the hour and the intensity of the things on our agenda that remain, but I think that this meets many of our objectives better than the original conditional zoning did, and I will certainly be voting to pass this on to second reading.
In a theme for the evening, I've wandered over another staff introduction. There's a reason for it. It doesn't redound to my benefit, but there's a reason. In any event, Mr. Fournier, I understand we have a staff introduction.
We do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexis DeLeo and Hank Kelly are available to speak to council member questions. Alexis?
Thank you. Alexis DeLeo, Planning Department. We've had a question with two parts. The first part is, what was the change to increase units without increasing the basic footprint and volume represent? I apologize. What does the change represent? Is it because the developer changed their mind and about what to offer? We know that the developer offered the planned condominium units in this building B for pre-sale for some period of time, but did not get enough potential owners to meet their own criteria and chose to change from an ownership format to a rental format. That change alone does not trigger the need to change zoning. That is outside of the parameters of site plan approval. And then the applicant has told us directly that the apartment units necessarily have a smaller floor areas than do the condos, and that they are striving to adhere to the physical parameters approved for Building B in keeping with the spirit of the rezoning. And so that's why they have a virtually identical building mass in terms of absolute floor area, setbacks and height, and the same architectural design. Other than the changed shape and the increase in unit count, the proposed changes to the site plan pertain to floodplain mitigation and parking reduction, and that comes specifically from the different first floor design, going from a podium shape to a U shape. The second part of the question was, what gets reported in a transportation impact analysis, and what are the potential outcomes of that analysis? This response has been provided primarily from our transportation staff, and they say that multimodal transportation impact analyses determine how the transportation system is currently operating, identify any concerns with the current transportation system, and develop an understanding of how the transportation network will be impacted by or appropriately serve the new development. The multimodal transportation study investigates all modes of travel for quality, level of service, as well as safety operations as identified in the ITE manual. That's the Institute for Traffic Engineers. Potential findings include, not limited to, the vehicle level of service is or is not affected, sidewalk gaps that exist that impede the ability to travel to and from the site as a pedestrian, transit stops that are or are not ADA accessible, bicycle and pedestrian quality level of service is currently below desired levels. If If so, and the impacts the proposed development will have on the safety, performance, or outcomes of an intersection or corridor, which is especially critical at locations identified as already having safety needs by the A2 Moving Together plan. Generally, transportation staff say they do not have major concerns with this site, but would like to answer multimodal and safety questions. For example, there are new signals in the area, as well as a new roundabout, which are different than when the project was initially presented. Operational evaluation was requested and would ideally have been presented during staff review. Although vehicular impact is not expected to change, this project did not update impacts to the non-motorized travel, transit, or safety measures, those components of the traffic impact study. The original TIA, traffic impact analysis, was produced before our local safety plan was produced, so there is not recognition about tiered safety locations. And finally, I do want to mention that planning staff acknowledged the transportation team has recommended denial of the project as the applicant didn't provide the multimodal traffic analysis of the project, instead relying on the vehicular traffic analysis model from the original site plan. But the planning team is recommending approval of the site plan regardless, as we would not have been able to conclude that any outcome of the non-motorized analysis would impact level of service standards identified in the Unified Development Code, which is the lone standard for approval or denial of a traffic impact analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion of C1. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. C2, for which there is no introduction. An ordinance to add Chapter 124, Initiation of Traffic Stops of Title 9, Police Regulations of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Harrison, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of C2. Councilmember Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Today, just a day after our city celebrated Juneteenth, I want to underscore a topic that has been long tied with our shared history and the concerns of those doing business, visiting, and living in the city of Ann Arbor. The lineage of American policing finds its origin in an institution we have spent centuries trying to overcome: slavery. Historically, slave patrols in the antebellum South bore the responsibility of apprehending runaway slaves and thwarting potential revolts. After the Civil War, these patrols simply donned a new name, transforming into what we recognize today as formal police departments. It is crucial to remember that this metamorphosis was not without consequence. The patrol's legacy lingered, perpetuating disproportionate targeting and control over Black people. Why did this happen? Primarily two reasons stand out. The abolition of slavery was not synonymous with the eradication of white supremacy. Several white Southerners were intent on retaining their dominance over Black people, and they saw the emerging police departments as instrumental in achieving this. Moreover, these departments were deemed necessary to restore order in the post-war South, which was grappling with chaos and instability. This unsettling historical legacy manifests itself in our contemporary policing practices across the nation, not just in the South. As evidenced by current events, Federal Department of Justice civil rights investigation findings and their subsequent consent decrees. Black people are disproportionately more likely to be stopped, searched, arrested, and tragically, fatally shot by the police. These statistics stem from the historical context of policing, which has been about control, especially over Black and brown communities. We know that the history of American policing is not a relic of the past, but an ongoing narrative that we must actively shape. The vestiges of white supremacy remain embedded in our police forces, and Black and brown people continue to be disproportionately targeted. This is why I am introducing an ordinance to end low-level secondary traffic stops as one of many crucial steps towards creating a police system that is truly equitable, just, and fair for all members of our community. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilor Cornell.
I want to take a minute to recognize and express thanks to Councilmember Harrison, who has worked tirelessly on this for months, working with stakeholders, Chief Metzer, the city's attorney's office. The amount of time that has gone into this and the thoughtfulness of this is incredible, and I'm absolutely amazed by her work. It's not okay that we accept disparities in the rate at which black drivers are stopped and searched in comparison to white drivers. We know over time that singling out one race over another, conducting searches and behaving in this way erodes community trust in law enforcement and alienates citizens. We can and should do better, and this ordinance is a step forward. I'm proud to co-sponsor this, and I hope my peers will join us in supporting it tonight. Thank you again, Councilmember Harrison.
Councilor Ghazi Edwin.
Thank you. I too want to thank Councilmember Harrison for her dedicated and committed work to this from the day that she stepped into office, and for also including the rest of us in this process. And I'm a proud co-sponsor of this, and it was wonderful to see so many diverse community members show up tonight in support of this. We've talked a lot about, the statistics that secondary traffic stops lack public safety benefit. That's something I do want to stress, but do cause harm, humiliate, and expose communities of color to risk of violence, as well as criminalize poverty. They also decrease perceptions of safety in the community and decrease community trust in the police. I believe that we need other ways that we can provide assistance and resources to those who are having obstacles in driving safely. I also want to make a note that this ordinance is really an intersectional equity issue. This is also a disability issue. Those who are pulled over by police are disproportionately people with disabilities, in part because disability is overrepresented among communities of color. 43% of disabled people are arrested by the time they turn 28. 30 to 50% of people subjected to police use of force are people with disabilities. 33 to 50% of people killed by police are people with disabilities. So the risk of this, obviously, and of being subjected to police violence increases as these identities intersect with race, class, gender, and LGBTQ status. So this approach to eliminate secondary stops is not just anti-racist, but anti-ableist, community-centered, and an equitable way that we need to approach our policing. Thank you.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Across the country, we've witnessed traffic stops turn to tragedy. Tyree Nichols, Philando Castile, Dante Wright, to name a few, but we know that these problems aren't new. We also know that for every tragedy, there are hundreds or even thousands of other interactions, many like those we heard from community members tonight, that may not result in death, but we must acknowledge are a result of profiling, are traumatic, harmful, triggering, undermine public trust, and are far too prevalent. I want to thank the members of our community who came forward tonight to speak out, to share their experiences, and to advocate for a positive and overdue change in our local ordinance. But I also want to express my extreme gratitude to Councilmember Harrison and all those who worked with her to bring this ordinance change forward. I know from speaking with her that while this change may seem fairly straightforward to a casual observer, it comes after hours and hours of research and is informed by lived experience and conversations with community stakeholders, ICPOC members, interim chief Metzer, city attorneys, fellow council members, and staff. I also want to acknowledge that based on my own conversations about this ordinance revision, that I'm personally grateful that we have a local chief who wants to be part of the solution and is working with council on reforms. So I'm proud to support moving these changes forward tonight. I look forward to adoption at our next meeting. But while we are taking the first step to reform our local ordinance this evening, I also want to encourage all of the members of the community who spoke out tonight and those who weren't here or couldn't to continue advocating for change at the state level as well. Our ordinance changes will only stretch as far as our borders and only impact our local police, so we need state law to follow us, banning pretextual stops statewide. So finally, I would also ask to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harrison, for your tireless work on this. And I won't repeat, but just the extent to which you engaged community stakeholders and your colleagues, who I'm proud to co-sponsor this. From the moment you mentioned this to me, I was on board, and that was a while ago, and it took a lot of time to get to where we are right now. Folks who watched our last meeting and noticed and listened to the report that came regarding traffic safety data the casual observer might think that this just came in response to that. No, it was well timed, but this has been in the works for a long time, and I really appreciate your work on it. I agree with Councilmember Redina that one of the arguments that folks may have against this is that we're doing something different here in Ann Arbor. And thank goodness we don't have a Republican legislature right now that would probably jump to preempt us from trying to do this in some way, shape, or form through new legislation. But what we are doing here is starting a conversation that can go beyond our borders, and doing it in a bold way with engagement from our police department, which is really important too. So thank you, and proud to support this.
Councilmember Ackman.
I'd just like to add to the chorus of thanks to Councilmember Harrison. I really appreciate your work and leadership on this. I'm also really grateful for everyone that showed up tonight to give public comment. Just hearing the experiences that people have had with these kinds of traffic stops and the kind of trauma that they involve, it was just so moving to hear firsthand experiences, and I appreciate you sharing that. We should not be criminalizing things that don't harm others or pose a safety risk. And as someone who cares a lot about the safety of our roads, I would like the energy spent on things that actually have to do with protecting the safety of all of our residents on the road. So I think that this is a much needed step forward. I would love to sign on as a co-sponsor. And again, thank you for this work.
Councilmember Dish.
I also would like to thank my ward mate for her amazing leadership on this. It was an amazing thing to walk into a packed council chamber. We haven't seen this since we were all elected, because we were elected in COVID, and then it's just never been this full. And that is amazing, to bring out so many people and hear their passion and their concerns. So thank you, and please add me as a co-sponsor.
Further discussion? Councilmember Briggs.
To join the chorus, thank you, Councilmember Harrison. So certainly the work that's gone into this is very notable. The outpouring of support that we've heard from the community is also incredible. It is something that we can hear very clearly from our community members, that this is the direction that we want to go in our community, and it's important. Many of my council members, colleagues, have spoken to the need for this, and so that is very clear. I think to address the couple of questions that I've gotten from residents around making these changes, I think it's important to note that there are, of course, reasons at times that one might want to have enforcement around these issues. And these ordinance changes don't prevent that from happening. A ticket can be mailed to a resident, or to a driver, I should say, who has one of these violations, and that's important to note, because at times there are reasons we might want to enforce this, but there is no reason that we need to stop a driver for any of these issues. They are not issues that can be changed at the moment. They are not safety issues. And so I think we are definitely heading the right direction in terms of how we are changing our enforcement so that we can make sure that everybody is safe We have heard from former law enforcement officer about how that improves the safety of police officers, and we've heard loud and clear from the community how this can impact the safety of drivers.
Further discussion? Councilmember Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I have a few more words about this. I just wanted to add that we must acknowledge the fear, stress, and trauma Black and Brown communities face when loved ones are simply out driving. This fear isn't abstract or unfounded. It's grounded in a history of racial profiling, discrimination, and a disproportionate number of police violence incidents towards Black people. The trauma associated with this fear is immense. Mothers may find themselves in a state of perpetual anxiety, always worrying about their children. This constant fear can lead to conditions like chronic anxiety, depression, and even PTSD. Black children, teenagers, and adults who experience these police stops live with this trauma. Many have grown to associate driving with fear and stress rather than freedom and independence. Every police stop, no matter how routine or minor, carries the risk of escalating into a dangerous or life-threatening situation that violates someone's civil and human rights. Additionally, the financial burden of these low-level stops can be significant. Fines and fees associated with traffic violations or other low-level secondary traffic stops can lead to financial stress, especially for families already economically challenged. The added cost of legal representation or the burden of navigating complex legal systems without it can quickly accumulate. As we consider this ordinance, we must keep in mind the layers of fear, trauma, and financial burden associated with these low-level secondary traffic stops. Let us acknowledge the reality of living with this fear and work towards the reform that not only respects the comfort of all of our residents, but also supports the needs of our economically disadvantaged community members. In prohibiting low-level secondary traffic stops, we take one step closer to making our city a place where all residents can live without fear and with dignity. And I need to quickly add that in rereading Section E in preparation for the first reading, I would like to move to amend the language for greater clarity, and because the current language does not fully reflect my intention with respect to tail lamps. So, am I doing this right?
Please, you're doing it.
So to clarify Section E, I would like to amend it to read the following. Cracked, broken, or burned out tail lamp where at least one tail lamp remains functional and properly illuminated. And I sent that to Ms. Beaudry earlier. So
Is there a
can
second?
Distribute.
Seconded by Councilmember Dish. It's my understanding, if I can just interject, that that's been reviewed operationally by both attorney and PD, and that both are without objection. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is this amendment friendly to the body? Excellent. Further discussion? For my part, I'm excited that this is moving forward. It's incredibly important that we, as a municipal government, assure our residents that our law enforcement focus is always the promotion of public safety, performed with professionalism, without bias or favor. The secondary stops addressed by this ordinance are not necessary to affect public safety. Crucially, however, they unnecessarily disrupt the lives of community members. They corrode trust and confidence between PD and the community, and they thereby and for other reasons affect true and real hurt. I'm delighted that this is moving forward, and I would like to thank Councilmember Harrison, and the co-sponsors, and for the police department, chief with particularity for working with the sponsors on this resolution, staff as a whole working with sponsors on this resolution, and would like to also recognize our common commitment to make Ann Arbor a place where all are welcome and where all know that they are safe and that they will be respected. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. C3, an ordinance to amend Section 2.1 and to add Section 2.13 to Chapter 26, Solid Waste Management, to Title 2, Utilities and Services of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Cornell, second by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion, please, of C3. Councilmember Cornell.
So this is a very fancy sounding ordinance change when it's really something that I think most of us assumed was already legal. This allows for the curbside placement of household items in order to fuel our goals to achieving a circular economy. So if you have a dresser you no longer want, you can set it out in front of your house and a neighbor can pick it up. Household items are appliances, bikes, kitchen gadgets, garden tools, etc. Must be in good condition. They can be placed near the curb for no more than 48 continuous hours. A person may only place household items in the public right-of-way in front of their property owned or occupied by that person. They may not be placed in the roadway, sidewalk, or other path of travel. They may not create a vision or physical obstruction for pedestrians, vehicle operators, or bicyclists, and they must be clearly labeled that they are intended for donation or reuse. So really this ordinance just puts and makes legal what many of us already do. And I want to thank Ward 5 neighbor who brought this to our attention after they were actually fined for doing this and kind of scratched their head to wonder why they were fined when they see it happening all over town. So this really closes a gap, and I think it promotes exactly what we want in terms of reduce and reuse and recycle. So I'm proud to bring this forward for consideration tonight, and I hope my colleagues will join me in support.
Further discussion? Councilor Dish.
I'm happy to be a co-sponsor on this ordinance. I agree that it's really important that we not ticket people for behavior that we seek to promote as part of our A20 plan, particularly Strategy 5, the circular economy strategy that seeks to promote reuse, repair, regeneration of material resources through activities such as swapping, donation, and more. So I think about this as the pop-up thrift stores ordinance. And though I co-sponsor, I would like to propose an amendment. Ms. Beaudry, I sent it to you earlier. Do you need me to send it again? No. Will you please circulate it, and I'll read it. Thank you. To Section 2:13(1)A, it currently reads that items can be placed for no more than 48 continuous hours. My amendment would be, household items in good condition intended for donation or reuse by others may be placed near the curb, subject to the following conditions. A, household items must be placed near the curb starting at noon Fridays and must be removed by Sunday by 5 p.m. after 53 hours. A person may only place household items, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the major change here, and Attorney Reiser has dubbed it, there's the floating 48 version and there's the weekend edition version. And I'm advocating for the weekend edition version. So we need to move something, right?
You
So
have
I
moved it.
that.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Seconded by Councilor Medina.
Thank you, Councilmember Medina. And then I'll just finish saying that I do this for two reasons. One is I think that pop-up thrift stores would be more useful to those who want to shop there if you knew when they would happen. You won't know where they will happen, but at least you know when they will happen. And second, we received some fairly strongly worded concerns from both solid waste staff and community standards staff, both of whom will be charged with implementing this ordinance. And community standards is concerned that they will receive a neighbor's complaint call about things on the curb. And in the floating 48 version, there's no way for community standards to know how long the items have been out there. And so they're going to get pressure from both sides of the conversation, both the person who complains about the stuff and the person who put it out and will say it's only been there 5 minutes. Sarah Mason, the solid waste and circular economy head, believes that a better approach would be to have the swap option available during a defined period, not only because it will make enforcement more straightforward, but it makes promoting the program as part of A20 easier. The idea is to give people new ways to shop, and scheduling this thing during a defined time period could make it easier for it to become an event. We would know, hey, weekend, I'm going to go for a walk and go for a curbside shopping spree with my friend, and she can help me carry some stuff home. So putting it out there, though I am friendly towards my colleagues, I don't think this is a friendly amendment. So there should probably be some deliberation. And I think we all agree that whatever we do, it will be better than what we are doing now, which is writing people tickets for things we like them to do. So in that spirit.
Further discussion of the amendment. Councilmember Briggs.
Yes, so we're all excited about this, but we decided this was an element that was probably worthwhile for, this is the one element that we really wanted some broad council input on in terms of how this ultimately gets structured. As Councilmember Cornell mentioned, we brought this forward because of, residents are getting tickets for this, for something that we actually think is a good idea. I think probably most of us have put items out at the curb at times, and it's something that I think we certainly, most residents are not aware that they can't do this, I would suspect, and they will continue to do this, and we want them to. So this is a good piece. From my perspective, I think the simpler we make it, the better. The reality is that folks are going to continue to put items out, and I don't think we actually necessarily need to promote it. There are some benefits, of course, to promoting it in terms of as that Councilmember Dish mentioned. Also, there is obviously some benefits from the enforcement perspective. It makes it easier for them. However, I would suggest that, if community standards does get called out and they have to start the countdown again and an item is out for 4 days as opposed to 2 days, I don't see that as a particularly detrimental element to our community if something is taking a little longer. So I'm not worried about the strict 48 hours element. What I am concerned about is making this as easy as possible for residents to do something that we want them to do.
Further discussion? For my part, I think I'm with all love to colleagues who are Team 48. I think I'm Team Weekend Edition on this. It strikes me that the simplicity of enforceability and the simplicity of message to residents about when it's available and the creation, perhaps, of an expectation of riches on the curb might encourage what we think of as a beneficial activity. Further discussion. Councilmember Ackman.
I feel somewhat torn because I feel like we're trying to decriminalize, as has been said before, behavior that most people don't even know is illegal. In fact, I didn't know this was illegal until this was brought to my attention. And so I hate the idea that if someone puts it out on Wednesday, now it's going to be potentially still not okay. Do I like the idea of having weekend swaps where you know that things are going to be out? Yes. And I guess I'm also receptive to the enforcement concerns. And I think what we're also trying to balance is we don't want to create a public nuisance. We do get complaints sometimes about people leaving heaps of things out for, weeks, which is not good either. So I'm undecided as of this moment.
Further discussion. Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, who thought that this would have been one of the heated conversations tonight. I am going to echo concerns by Councilmember Ackman that I'm concerned with the more rigid that we get here. I'm not actually looking for us to be in this case, I don't want to see an increase in citations, right? I don't want to see us continue. If there's a consistent problem where somebody's leaving something out for a week, if somebody's leaving something out for a long period of time, it's likely that that's probably going to be getting documented by a neighbor who might be complaining. We already know that we have some equity concerns around the way that community standards operates on a complaint-based basis. And so I think I am not going to be supportive of the amendment tonight. Thanks.
Further discussion? Roll call vote on the amendment, perhaps, starting with Councilmember Adina. On the amendment.
Councilmember Rodino?
No.
Councilmember Ghazi Edwin?
Sorry. No.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackman?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Councilmember Cornell?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yes.
Councilmember Song? Absent. Councilmember Watson? Absent. Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC1, resolution to appoint Benjamin Calderon to the Historic District Commission. This is a voting item, is it not? Yes, it is. Moved by Councilmember Gazio and seconded by Councilmember Redina. Discussion, please, of DC1. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved with 9 council members present, all voting the affirmative, thus satisfying the 7-vote requirement. DC2, resolution to direct the city administrator to engage with the federal government on the redevelopment of the Federal Plaza at 200 East Liberty Street. Moved by Councilmember Iyer, seconded by Councilmember Ackman. Discussion, please, of DC2. But, fool me thrice, shame on me. Mr. Fournier.
Yes, there is an introduction item, and I will handle it tonight. We had just a couple questions on this item. The first being, what is kind of a brief history of our engagement with the GSA on this topic? As the council will recall, there was direction from the council table to talk to the federal government about future uses for the federal building site, and in the course of those conversations, we had more detailed conversations with them about their intention to redevelop the plaza that is in the front of the federal building. And so through the course of those conversations, we thought there might be an interesting opportunity here to partner with the GSA and envision an expanded federal plaza using either some portion or all of the right-of-way along the 200 block of Liberty Street. So, question 2, why is this area being considered for an open street? I'll start by saying that in July, there will be an item coming before the council to authorize a cost-sharing agreement with the DDA for a circulation study or a sub-area transportation plan for the downtown. Part of that analysis will include looking at streets in the downtown area for open street installations or curbless streets or something like that. So the question is, why would we put a resolution forward to look at this area in front of the federal building? And the answer is because the federal government is engaging in a design study this summer to redevelop the federal plaza. And so the idea here is we let the sub-area transportation plan for downtown move forward, the circulation study move forward, but also simultaneously engage in a process with the federal government to see what a design for such an installation would look like in front of the federal building when these processes are underway simultaneously. When they conclude, we would bring back recommendations to the council on what we would actually do. So what this resolution directs is conversations and participation in design, but it does not actually direct the installation or removal of the right-of-way or anything like that. So how will the community be engaged in this process? All of our projects like this in the city go through our community engagement checklist, our community engagement toolbox. We will have robust engagement. I would envision discussion with downtown stakeholders, including the businesses, the merchant associations, certainly consultation with our A2 Moving Together transportation plan, which I think already answers some of the big questions about the what in terms of directionality for what the city should prioritize downtown, but we would want to have more detailed conversations about the how and the when and things like that. And then finally, what engagement is in store for the circulation study, and what is the aim of the study? Same answer on the circulation study. The A2 Moving Together plan has done a lot of the heavy lifting on engagement in terms of figuring out what, public priorities are for the what. Engagement for the circulation study would answer on, focus on the how and the when. So there will be a stakeholder committee, a technical committee, there will be public communication from the consultant, and all of that would kind of feed into a prioritization for transportation priorities downtown. And in terms of what the circulation study will cover, the consultant, Smith Group, by the way, who also was the consultant on the A2 Moving Together plan, so they're intimately familiar with our transportation goals. They would build a downtown multimodal traffic model They would evaluate the feasibility, conceptual plans, and cost for up to 6 additional bicycle infrastructure projects in the downtown. They would create technical guidance and plan improvements for transit priority streets in the downtown, working with AAA TA. There would be a study of 5th and Division, moving those 2 streets back to 2-way traffic. And there would be feasibility for up to 4 pedestrian streets, shared streets, or curbless streets in the downtown area. So this resolution simply kind of puts a marker on the idea that because of the work of the federal government, we want to make sure that this concept is identified as part of the effort for our circulation study, and that we don't miss opportunities to do some basic joint design work and concept work with the federal government in advance of the delivery of the circulation study.
Discussion of DC2. Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for that introduction. I think that lays the groundwork about why the timing is so important for us to be doing this. As folks know, we've received a fair amount of feedback from downtown merchants and Main Street Area Association regarding kind of questions and concerns around pursuing a full pedestrian plaza in this area. And I think that the case has been laid about why we're exploring this right now. I did send around some proposed amendments to more clearly articulate what I think is going to be a part of the process, but also more clearly articulate that we're looking for options. So those have been sent around, but I'm also happy to read those out loud so folks in the public can see them. So in addition, I added a new whereas clause to the last section of whereases. Whereas working in partnership with the GSA, the opportunity exists to explore multiple options for creating a more vibrant and welcoming pedestrian plaza on the 200 block of East Liberty. To the next resolved clause, a slight alteration. It reads, the City Council directs the City Administrator to engage with the GSA to develop a combined vision that incorporates portions of the right-of-way. This amendment says that may incorporate portions of the right-of-way to articulate, to say we have not identified what that final vision, just be clear that we have not identified what that final vision may look like. And into the final resolved clause, just articulating at the end, I added at the very end of it that community and downtown stakeholder input would be included as well.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Ackman. Is that friendly to the body? Friendly to the body. Councilmember Briggs, you still have the floor.
Yeah, so we can have continued discussion around some of the communications we've received. I hope that this helps to address some of the concerns that we heard about what that process is going to look like, and the fact that we're going through a visioning process, and we don't know what that vision is going to look like at the end. But it would be, I think, silly not to be engaging with the federal government at this time to identify what's the best way that we can reimagine this area and this space.
Further discussion? Councilor Cornell.
Thank you. Just my gut is that this feels like just a minute of the tail wagging the dog with regard to the federal government's intentions. Main Street Area Association, of which I serve, has been facilitating, organizing, engaging, and managing the pedestrian street closures since they started in 2020. We know from that experience that pedestrian street closures need to be on blocks with heavy engagement from the businesses, with a number of them extending into the street. Any business that doesn't have any space that doesn't have businesses in the street quickly becomes dead space. Half that block will close at 5 o'clock when the government services building closes. The GSA just isn't a destination for visitors or citizens outside of 9 to 5. Abracadabra, Afternoon Delight, Sam's Clothing, all of those close around 5 to 6 p.m. So in my mind, this is not an attraction. The closing of this particular thoroughfare doesn't make sense to me. And generally, I am in support of closing streets and making our city more pedestrian friendly. I think it'd be silly to not point out that 1 block from this proposed site, we have Liberty Plaza. And we see that being adjacent to a space that's dead outside of office hours has a negative impact on that space's vibrancy. So adding a second plaza within the block of that site doesn't make any sense to me either. Councilmember Briggs mentioned, and I appreciate that, mentioned hearing a lot from the business community who would be impacted by this. And contrary to what we hear from the Experience of Main Street Area Association members on Main Street, who have experienced the street closures and see that, if you go to dinner, go to a bar, you're going to go shop somewhere else, they're supportive of street closures on Main Street. The businesses that we've heard from on this particular block don't see benefit to it. And I really worry about the city's resources to activate the space so that it's not just dead after 6 o'clock. And if we have those resources, why aren't we using them now for Liberty Plaza and for West Park and other areas within the city that we know need to be activated? So I won't be supporting this tonight.
Councilmember Ackman.
Thank you. I'm really glad to know that the federal government wants to move forward with reconfiguring the space. I mean, right now it exists as basically kind of a dead zone where nothing happens, which is why we asked for the city administrator to engage with us in the first place, I think back in November. So I think we have to think bigger than what exists there now. I think this is an opportunity to actually refigure the space. I think, yes, it would have to be designed very thoughtfully. I think what you're hearing is everybody wants a vibrant, active downtown. No one wants to create a dead space with problems. But I think that when done right, these kinds of spaces are extremely desirable. I go downtown. The spots in our downtown that are closed to vehicular traffic are the most vibrant spaces that we have. I've been to other cities that have way more than one block pedestrianized. They're very successful. They're destinations for many people. So, this to me is directing us to engage with it. It's not a design. It's not saying that we're going to definitely close down the street. It's an opportunity to leverage our downtown circulation study to look for opportunities where this makes sense. So I'm happy to support it.
Further discussion? I'm excited about this, the initiation of this process, and that indeed is what this resolution does. It does not establish a result; it initiates a process, and it initiates an important one because we have a downtown that we. I think that so many of us are proud of, but we also realize could and ought to be far better. The request to the administrator at the outset was to determine whether or not GSA would be willing, or the federal government be willing to be super creative with respect to their building space, and the unequivocal answer was that they viewed the current federal building as a long-term hold. And as a consequence, it is a reality that we have to deal with. We did hear from GSA that they are excited about redesigning the plaza in front to the north of their building. And this is something which I think can redound to the benefit of us all, and that is what this what this resolution seeks to do. That is to work with GSA to determine whether this is a plaza that can be made substantially better, whether that includes portions of the portions or all of the right-of-way is something that we're going to be working through with professional staff, with GSA, with community members, with stakeholders, both proximate and otherwise. I'll note that there are substantial differences between a pedestrianized Liberty Street and an existing Liberty Plaza. It is plain and obvious that there is existing commercial on Liberty Street. It is a place of natural transit between Main Street and State Street, and there are other differences as well. It is at grade rather than below grade, just to name a few off the top of my head. But I do want to assure folks both in the commercial sector and the residential sector that this is a process. We are interested in exploring it, and part of exploring is hearing what all the stakeholders have to say and taking it into account so that we can build the downtown that makes us all proud. Councilmember Redina.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. I will admit I've gone kind of back and forth on this one a bit. I generally am relatively supportive of us studying, I recognize that this isn't a commitment. I think where I struggle the most is I have a really hard time envisioning at the end of the study that we would come to the conclusion that if we're going to expend additional resources in building another pedestrian plaza or pedestrian or street closure downtown, that this is the best place for it. I'll acknowledge I'm a little disappointed in the GSA itself, because I would say that this is not, the current use of that space is not the highest and best use in our downtown, and frankly, the existing building is part of the reason why I don't see a plaza succeeding there. And so after hearing from a number of the concerns from Main Street and State Street businesses, and just frankly, I would love to see us put some additional time and resources into trying to make Main Street permanent, trying to explore other parts that might be a more vibrant place for us to expand beyond Main Street. I just don't see this section of Liberty being that. And so I think I'm going to vote no tonight.
Councilmember Dish.
I just have I think it's a naive question, but when we talk about portions of the right-of-way, I mean, currently there is parking in the street. One thing that we could do to get quite a bit of room without closing down the whole street, if we didn't want to do that, is take the parking, right? I mean, it seems like there's a lot of flexibility and a lot of possibilities here. And I think, some of the public, I was actually surprised by them because I hadn't envisioned necessarily a total street closure. So I was like, what item is this on the agenda? Did I miss it? And so I feel like there's a feeling that we're somehow on some kind of necessary momentum towards, cutting off, a total pedestrian mall for one block, which is a little odd anyway. So I don't really see us that. I see us looking at multiple options on a street where we've got a lot. We've got parking on both sides of the street. We've got 2 lanes of traffic. There's a lot we could do in there without a complete, elimination. So that's why, I'm really interested in seeing where this goes. So.
I'm going to infer a question in there.
Yeah, the question was, couldn't we just take away the parking?
And give Mr. Fournier the mic.
So one thing I didn't mention during the introduction item is, in concept, what we've discussed with the GSA is that as they move forward with their design process for the Federal Plaza, they conceive this as kind of a phase 1 and phase 2 project. Phase 1 being the federally owned property. And what's important is that phase needs to work as an independent redevelopment of that park. And it needs to be envisioned in a way that, should the city decide to move forward with some kind of an installation here, phase 1 and phase 2 would work together seamlessly. And so it's kind of tricky because it needs to stand on its own, but it also needs to have the potential to be incorporated into something else, whatever that may be. And I think Councilmember Dish's comments are appropriate. There's any number of configurations here that could improve the Federal Plaza and create a more usable space that don't reflect a complete pedestrianization or a permanent pedestrianization, but that certainly make it a much more friendly space for pedestrians. And so that's all part of the conversation that we're having with GSA.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. So my understanding of this is the conversation is going to happen with or without us at the table. And so it's better to be at the table and be part of that conversation. And, whether or not we decide to move forward with any sort of investment in anything, is something that we can decide later. But to just simply not be at the table, to me, seems very short-sighted. So I'm glad to sponsor this, and I'll be continuing to support it.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Radina.
Councilmember Radina?
No.
Councilmember Ghazi Edwin?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackman?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Cornell?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yes.
Councilmember Song, absent. Councilmember Watson, absent. Motion carries.
DC3, resolution to ensure transparency, non-discrimination, and equal opportunity in municipal contracting procurement practices, moved by Councilmember Redina, seconded by Councilmember Gaziedwin. Discussion, please, of DC3. Councilmember Redina.
Thank you. I brought forward this resolution along with the co-sponsors after being approached by a Ward 3 constituent who asked me what percentage of the city's contracting and procurement budget was spent on Black-owned businesses. I inquired with staff and quickly learned that historically we have not tracked the demographic information in contracting and procurement, and unfortunately we could not provide an answer to that question. This resolution would change that moving forward, directing our administrator to implement a process for collecting and analyzing the demographic information of all bidders for city contracts, services, or supplies, and all those who win those contracts, and to deliver an annual report to council of the findings to council. Collecting this information and understanding who is bidding on and winning government contracts is essential to assess potential systemic and structural barriers that underserved communities and individuals may face in taking advantage of procurement and contracting opportunities. Whether additional outreach and support are needed to ensure that we have a pool of diverse, highly skilled applicants competing. According to the Urban Institute, local governments around the country collectively spend more than $1.8 trillion annually on construction, goods, and services, and if spent equitably in support of minority and women-owned businesses, the collective impact of municipalities could improve socioeconomic outcomes and lead to stronger, more equitable communities. Unfortunately, while the state of Michigan still significantly limits our ability to directly level the playing field in local contracting and procurement, having a better understanding of this data in the future will empower us to take action to improve community outreach, identify and dismantle systemic barriers, and improve our decision-making. I ask for my colleagues' support.
Further discussion. Councilmember Gaziedwin.
I want to thank my Ward 3 colleague, Councilmember Redina, for bringing this forward, and I'm a proud co-sponsor of this along with my other colleagues. I think this resolution is integral to advancing and ensuring that we center equity and inclusion at all levels of the work we partake in as a city, and that the procedures governing how we engage with contracting and procurement processes do the same. I also think it's important that we gather the status to know where we are, so we know how we can improve. And without that data, we can't. So thank you.
Councilmember Ryer.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad this was brought forward. It's the first step, really, in what we do with this information may require further investments in, a consultant to help us understand how we can move forward and what we need to do, where the gaps are to recruit, more and get the word out and recruit more different types of folks to bid on city projects, but can't do anything until you have the data. So I'm happy to support this tonight, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Further discussion. Councilmember Dish.
I would also like to be added as a co-sponsor, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC4, resolution to correct the adopted Ann Arbor City budget for fiscal year 24 by increasing the fiscal year 24 major street fund approved revenue budget by approximating $2,657,371 from the Major Street Unobligated Fund balance. Moved by Councilmember Iyer, second by Councilmember Cornell. Discussion, please, of DC4. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved with 9 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement. DC5, resolution to authorize acquisition of an easement for the South Boulevard Water Looping New Construction Project and the South Boulevard Lift Station Elimination and Gravity Sewer New Construction and Replacement Project. Moved by Councilmember Redina, seconded by Councilmember Gaziedwin. Discussion, please, of DC5. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved with 11. How many council members are there? With 9 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement. DC6, resolution in support of an RFP issuance for the Unarmed Response Program, moved by Councilmember Redina, second by Councilmember Gaziedwin. Discussion, please, of DC6. Councilmember Medina.
Thank you again. I'm really grateful to see this coming forward and heartened to see continued support both in our community and from our local police department to ensure that our residents, especially our marginalized and BIPOC residents, are truly safe in Ann Arbor. I've said this before. I think we've all feel it. We must fundamentally change our approach to public safety. Here at home and across the country, we've witnessed interactions with police, especially during mental health crises, turn deadly. Walter Wallace Jr., Ricardo Munoz, Angelo Quinto, Aura Rosser, Janisha Fonville, and so many others. But as I said earlier, we know these problems are not new. Due to the prevalence of social media, we are seeing far more incidents, but this has been the lived reality for our Black and brown neighbors for far too long. Moving this forward tonight is a critical step towards strengthening public trust and enacting true community-focused public safety. I know this is a long time coming, but I'm thrilled to see it moving forward tonight and encourage my colleagues' support.
Further discussion? Councilmember Cornell.
I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Further discussion? Councilmember Dish.
So would I.
Councilmember Ackman.
Me, 3. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Iyer.
Might as well join the crowd.
Councilmember Briggs.
Sure, add me. It is a good. Clearly very important for our community.
Further discussion? Councilmember Harrison.
I'm really grateful to be a co-sponsor and glad that this is moving forward, and glad to move this forward. No one with a health condition should experience some of what individuals with a mental health condition or behavioral health condition have faced. These are not local individuals, but Jordan Neely, Daniel Prude, Deborah Danner. These are all individuals that lived with behavioral health conditions and met their demise basically as a result of just, the intersection really of mental illness, policing, and then in the case of Jordan Neely, it was not a police officer. It was actually a civilian that took his life. So I am very happy to be a co-sponsor on this, and thank you.
Councilmember Ghazi Edwin.
I, too, am really happy to be a co-sponsor on this, and I appreciate the work of the city, working with a consulting company to really take the advice and input that this should function separately from the police department. As I stated earlier, 33 to 50% of people who are killed by police overuse of force are people with disabilities. It's important that we reduce the potential for engagement between police and these individuals and vulnerable members of our community any way that we can. So, thank you.
Further discussion? I'm excited about this moving forward as well. It has been a long process to envision and stand up an unarmed response program, and this is yet another crucially important step, asking staff to work through the RFP. For my part, I'm incredibly proud of the police department that we have, the law enforcement. Their focus. We have a group of folks who come to work every day regular people tasked with a very difficult job. And they're tasked with a very difficult job is because we under-resource services to folks who need it, and police officers are all too often the government instrument of last resort. And it needn't be that way. When we are able to work with an unarmed response program, we will be able to better deploy public safety services, true public safety services to folks in need when there's no law enforcement problem present. That is our goal here, and I'm excited about the opportunity of expanding the services that we have to folks who need it. Further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? It is approved. DC 7, resolution to authorize settlement of Christine Harris v. City of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County Circuit Court Case number 20000265-NO. Moved by Councilmember Briggs, second by Councilmember Cornell. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC 8, resolution to allow curbside placement of house. Thank you. Resolution to allow curbside placement of household items to promote the circular economy, moved by Councilmember Cornell, second by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion, please, of DC 8. Thanks.
So this is not déjà vu. This is so that it takes a while for an ordinance to actually pass into law. And so this resolution will allow people to put household items on a floating 48 basis on there at the curb all summer, which is peak time for the pop-up thrift store. So that's why we put this on here, so we can just let it rip right away.
Let it. Excellent. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. Mr. McDonald, do we have the pleasure of a closed session today?
I know better, Your Honor.
Another lost opportunity to hear from you, alas. We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report, moved by Councilor Dish, second by Councilor Ghazi Edwin. Discussion of the clerk's report. All in favor? Opposed? The clerk's report is approved. Do we have communications from our city attorney?
We do not.
We now come to public comment overflow time. Public comment overflow time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment overflow time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. We will read the names on the list of the folks who have are on public comment overflow, and if any are present or online, they will now have the opportunity to speak. Our next speaker is Alex Parcell. Our next speaker is Arya Shugat. Our next speaker is Alex Lowe.
We have Alex Lowe. Alex Lowe, go ahead.
Hi, this is Alex Lowe again. So, seems like you're just overflowing with comments from me tonight. Just really happy with the way that council has voted tonight. So thank you all so very much. I just wanted to say, as someone who is particularly interested in historic architecture, I found the Historic District Awards earlier tonight a little bit weird, because those buildings didn't really seem to match a reasonable definition of historic to me. Old? Yeah, sure, some of them are. Pretty and well maintained? Mostly, yes. But being old and pretty isn't enough to make something historic. And I really do wish our Historic District Commission would spend more time preserving actual history than trying to freeze a few buildings in time when they have roughly the same historical value as my own 1960s ranch style house. I was also a little bit disappointed to hear that the bicycle lanes on Stadium are going to be shut down entirely for the helicopter-based installation of new lights. It's quite concerning because it seems to treat people who commute by bicycle as second-class citizens over people who commute by automobile, to the extent that this closes down one of the very few decent bike throughways in the city, so as not to reduce the capacity for cars, and chooses to endanger people on bicycle in order to not minorly inconvenience people in cars. Given all of the talk about equity tonight, I would like to raise this as being something
30
that is
seconds.
equitable and quite unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been indicated to me that Arya Shugat was indeed on the queue and that I blew past it too quickly. So with council's acquiescence, Arya Shugat.
Caller with the phone number ending in 145. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. I had planned to call in earlier about C2, but it has already been passed. I still want to state things that I was going to say because the police are not here to help us. Broken window policies only exist so that the state can harass those that they deem less than themselves. Historically, these people have been in the black and brown communities. Cars having wear, tear, or any kind of aging is not enough reason for the police to intervene in someone's life and find an excuse for further subjugation. I absolutely applaud this amendment for being approved because this means that the police can no longer use these existing policies to harm and take life as they did with Philando Castile. Secondly, the wonderful people who do pull-over prevention can now spend that time helping their communities in other ways instead of helping these people avoid the police like Sauron's eye. Has anyone ever called the cops and honestly thought they would help you find out who broke into your car? Insurance claims maybe, but not to actually solve the crime. So what makes you think that when they pull over and harass people they say are criminals, that they're actually not just looking for an excuse to look busy? I will leave you with wisdom from words past. Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. A young nigga got it bad to them brown, and not the other kind, so police think they have the authority to kill a minority. Have a nice night.
Our next speaker is Michelle Hughes.
Michelle Hughes, do you have a comment?
Oh, thanks. I just wanted to say good work, everyone, especially with the driving equality ordinance. That's going to be historic and good, and we'll probably have to, we'll probably serve as a model for other places. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Stolberg.
Mayor, I don't see Mr. Stolberg on the call.
Our next speaker is Trisha Duckworth.
Trisha Duckworth, do you have a comment?
Good eve, well, good morning. Yeah, it might be good morning to you all. I am happy that this ordinance did pass on tonight. It is my prayer that no kinks pop up and that it is passed in the second reading. And it is my prayer because as in Washtenaw County, there is this claim to being so progressive, and a lot of times it turns into symbolism. And so it is my hope that this has the weight needed to enforce when officers will still try to do pretext stops on Black and brown folks. As we see, Washtenaw County prosecutor on day one said no pretext stops in Washtenaw County, and that any contraband found would be thrown out. That has not happened. We have got calls from multiple families that are suffering because they're poor, because they had a light that was out. This is still happening with a law on the books that says no pretext stops. So it is my hope that while I'm grateful this has been passed, that we have the meat needed to hold officers accountable when they do this. and that all pretext stops that have contraband or anything found are really thrown out. This is an assault against the Black community, and I can't even tell you, as a Black woman, I'm scared when I'm pulled over by the police. They come up to you with their hands on their guns. I have been treated horribly by the Ann Arbor police just when the Black Lives Matter mural in Willard Park was destroyed, and had this man totally act as if I wasn't there, as if I was an invisible, and treated me very horribly. This is the state of policing in America, but not just in America, right here in Ann Arbor. Number 8, elitist city, right? So we're asking that please don't just make this symbolism, but give it the meat needed to hold your officers accountable to actually follow this ordinance so that Black and brown lives can be safe in the Ann Arbor area. Thank you. And lastly, thank you to Councilwoman Harrison for all of her work on this. It is my hope that, she gets more support and some of the things that she brings forward in the future. Thank you, Councilwoman Harrison, and everyone else that supported.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gordon Bigelow.
Mayor, Mr. Bigelow is not on the call.
Our next speaker is Georgia Frost.
Hi, everyone. I thought that I would be saying this a lot earlier before you had mentioned the forum, but I did want to make sure that I offered this information. I'm Georgia, if we haven't met directly. I'm here from Congresswoman Diggle's office, and I'm her field rep for Ann Arbor and everything west of that area, since the Congresswoman took on the rest of Washtenaw County with redistricting. But I basically just wanted to come here and make sure that everyone knows that they're invited to our forum next week. It's held in conjunction with the EPA, Eagle, and the Michigan AG's office. And I especially just wanted to make you aware, since the plume does cover quite a bit of what is the city of Ann Arbor and not just Ann Arbor Township and SIO. So we'd love to see your involvement there if at all possible. Again, it's next Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. and it's in the Washtenaw County Learning Resource Building. I have a very strangely large flyer to leave with you. I don't know why it's so big. I noticed that when I was printing it today. But please take it and share with other people, because we're trying to obviously get past just municipalities and share it with the residents as well. And you would know how to do that better than we would. So I have these to leave with you. I also have my business card in case it's at all helpful to anyone. So I can just leave it here unless I should put it somewhere else. But otherwise, learned a lot tonight by being pushed to the second round of public comment. So yeah, I appreciate the experience anyway, and good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mojan Savabiasafani.
Mayor, she was supposed to be in person, and I don't believe she's here any longer.
Our next speaker is Blaine Coleman.
Mr. Coleman is also not on Zoom. He was in person.
Seeing no one, public comment is closed. May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember Harrison, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you.